Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. ODM leader Raila Odinga could make his highly anticipated announcement regarding his political future today, having hinted at concluding his consultations with his supporters on a potential political deal with President William Ruto. Raila, who met party delegates from Kisii and Nyamira counties in Kisii on Thursday, said he'll hold a similar meeting in Narok before meeting the leadership in Nairobi. The former Prime Minister, who's held meetings in Nairobi, Nyanza, Western, Northeastern and the Coast, once again spoke of the urgent need for President Ruto's administration to address challenges facing the nation. He said they discussed the need for the government to address the challenges occasioned by the transition from NHIF to SHA, among other issues.
There are concerns about many things that are affecting the Kenyan people. They've talked about this health care system, this SHA, which is having serious challenges as things stand today. They've also talked about inadequate funding coming to the counties, which is again a national issue. But the MCAs here have talked about reduction in allocation of funding to county assemblies, which is across board.
For his part, Kisii Governor Simba Arati said Raila's consultations have been wide ahead of his announcement on formalizing his political partnership with President Ruto's UDA party.
It's important to note that Baba is in the entrench of making sure he has gotten views of the Kenyans, what we call a consultative meeting in the country. And he has done it. He sampled out number of, he may not go to all the 47 counties, but he has sampled few, and those views will inform him going forward how we are going to engage with the national government, as it were.
The Ministry of Health has requested an additional 6 billion shillings to support primary health care and emergency chronic and critical illness funds. Health PS Harry Kimtai told the National Assembly Health Committee that of the requested amount, 3 billion shillings will cater for the increased number of people visiting primary health care facilities across the country.
On the PHC funds, Chair, as you are aware, many Kenyans continue to register, and the PHC funds are basically for level 2 and level 3, and it's based on capitation, which is at 900. So we needed additional funds because as people register, we need more primary healthcare funds to cater for level 2 and level 3, and that's why we are asking for additional 3 billion.
Kimtai further announced that the oncology package has been increased from 400,000 shillings to 550,000 shillings, but the committee felt that the amount was too little to cater for patients with advanced cancer.
Whatever you will be treated from level 4, 5 and 6, as long as you are accessing cancer treatment, the benefit package that you are entitled is now going to be 550 and not 400 as per the previous benefit or tariffs that we had published.
Kimtai also requested for 1.5 billion shillings to support KEMSA to increase stock levels of drugs in primary health facilities across the country. Former Chief Justice David Maraga has said he'll fight corruption and uphold the rule of law if he were given the opportunity to govern. He was speaking on Thursday during the People's Dialogue Festival here in Nairobi. Maraga decried rampant corruption across the country, regretting that leaders who've been entrusted with power are pursuing selfish interests.
You are given resources that you are to use for the welfare of the people. You take it all. Now you begin speaking a language, and some people think that some of us didn't go to school. We can't even understand the English they are talking about. They are using. The truth of the matter is, what is ailing this country and many African countries is corruption. The moment you deal with the corruption, we will have no problem. If I were to be given the privilege to govern this country, I'll get everybody to obey the law. The moment you get everybody obeying the law, the question of money not going through the consolidated fund will end.
Maraga was asked whether he'll be running for the presidency in 2027, but he did not give a direct answer. He said he's actively involved in politics as a Kenyan. He went on to criticize petitioners seeking to oust the current Chief Justice Martha Koome and other Supreme Court judges, saying the petitions are aimed at achieving selfish political gains. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This new year, discover something new every day on your StarTimes decoder. Buy an aerial decoder plus 1 month free classic subscription at 1,399 shillings to enjoy the magic of African stories on ST Swahili, AMC Movies and ST Nollywood. Or a dish decoder plus 1 month free super bouquet subscription at 3,199 shillings only to watch heartwarming dramas that bring you closer on Novella E+, Remo TV Plus and Star Life. Experience the thrill of live sports on La Liga and Bundesliga on ST Sports Premium and ST World Football. Buy your StarTimes decoder today from our business halls countrywide. To renew your subscription today, dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for assistance. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Where? Hey, I've come running. My goodness. And the day has started either way. It's 9 minutes after 6 o'clock and good morning. It's the 7th of March. Yay! And getting through it very fast, very fast. And look at you. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning. How are you?
Say that again?
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. We couldn't hear you before.
Oh.
Now I've hooked you up.
We couldn't hear you before. Yeah, royalty.
Princess Ndu.
Yeah. How are you this morning?
Salama, nashukuru. Uko aje?
Mimi sijalala hata kidogo.
Kwa nini?
Sijui. Allah. I'm thinking about my future millions. But that
you've been allocated.
Yeah. All this money that people are shouting everywhere, my own must be among because I don't understand. Something must be done.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Karibu to the seat this morning.
Fortunately, it's on the hot seat, so yeah.
I never know. Things can change.
This man just changed seats. He was in the hot seat yesterday. He's moved.
Salam alaikum.
To the not so hot seat.
Siri, good morning.
Morning to you, Ndu.
Well, you know what I did yesterday?
No.
The things, you see how you say some things can be... there's a word you normally use. What?
There's a word I normally use.
Yeah. Like how you feel when you're peeling eggs. It's what?
Therapeutic.
Thank you very much. You see? Do you know what I did for 1 hour 45 minutes yesterday until I've even shocked myself?
You peeled eggs?
No. I watched videos of 2 artists coloring in stencils in different colors.
Pencil?
No, with colors, like markers, like Sharpies, in different colors, coloring in between the lines, making it really neat for 1 hour 45 minutes. I finished and I looked up and I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? I watched artists color stencils for 1 hour 45 minutes. Am I okay?
Yes.
Was that therapeutic?
Hey, man, I need to find something to do. You should help me. I beg you. Ednah's already given me work. She has even found something for me to do. Because really? No. Something is wrong. Something is rotten in the land of Denmark. Something is wrong. But we are here all the same.
We know King Lear. But Queen Lear.
Queen Lear, there's a problem. Sheesh. Well, we hope that all is well. Abi? Abiru. So, today we have a couple of conversations that we will have getting into Friday. It is International Women's Day tomorrow. It's been Women's Week the whole week. But we've established that everybody's okay, Abi?
Yes.
Okay, CT?
I am fine.
Exactly.
As in fuel.
Fuel. Fuel is good. Anki's under the weather today. Her and the weather have, not had a very good relationship today, but, wishing her the best in terms of recovery. And so as for the conversations that we will have today, it is International Women's Day tomorrow. It's been Women's Week, and just looking at a number of things that have been discussed. And in line with that, we will have an International Women's Day conversation around women judges championing for rights, equality, and empowerment for all women and girls. We'll be joined by the Lady Justice Helen Omondi, who is a Court of Appeal judge and the president of IAWJ, the Kenya chapter, as well as Honorable Jane Kamau. She's the principal magistrate and vice secretary of the Kenya chapter as well. So that's the conversation that we'll be having at 7 o'clock in terms of what has been done. And then we will have a conversation with you at 8 o'clock. There are many things that are happening, and it opens us up for call-ins and folks to, share their thoughts on certain things. We were to have a conversation last week. It is Healthy Friday. We'll have a Healthy Friday conversation today. And again, we're going to, preface it that it's one that a lot of people are uncomfortable with, don't want to talk about, but it is one that affects very, very many people. And not just men, but those who are, in their families, those who are connected with them in one way or another, and that's erectile dysfunction. And it's a Healthy Friday conversation for 9 a.m. with Professor Peter Mungai, who's an oncologist, and we'll be looking at the different, issues around that at 9. So those are some of the things that we'll be doing this morning, and Karibu Nisana as we get into it today. All right, so I'm going to say hello to y'all at some point, if we can just get things clicking here. So saying good morning to you. Many people already logged in this morning. Don Sabo, we see you. Good morning. And definitely the change that we want to see. Cyprian Kambuni says, good morning, SpiceFM. Receive greetings from Dayton in Minnesota. Desmond Ortiz says, good morning, everyone. Ndu, ask the DJ to play One Love Bob Marley, or you can just sing it. CT, yes men are being rewarded. Don't be left out. Are you trying to imply that CT is a yes man?
I think they're implying I'm not a yes man, and I'm being encouraged to be a yes man. Okay, now how exactly, where do I go to get a certificate so that when I present myself as a yes man,
as a certified yes man?
Certified.
Right. This is a good thing. This is a question. Maybe State House at the dead of night. I don't know.
What colors should I don? That sort of thing.
To look like a yes man. Well, this is good. These are good questions. George Adimo says, good morning. Tune in from Rongo. Weather is dry and have a good day. Rongo is in Migori County.
Yeah, before
okay.
Awendo.
I just want to sing a song about Awendo. I don't know why. I said it the other day.
Ranen is before Awendo.
Awendo, yes.
Yes, okay. Yes. No. We're discussing geography here. So just ignore that. Please.
Vitu za nyumbani?
No, I'm just getting my geography right.
Okay.
Yeah. So you do Rongo, Ranen, and then Awendo.
In fact, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
But every time I hear Awendo, I just want to sing a song about Awendo.
Awendo is a bird, right?
Yes. Partridge.
partridge in a pear tree. You see? Good morning to you all tuned in from Ombaso. This is Robert Mbogo. Have a lovely weekend ahead, says Chris Maora. Good morning to you. Colchester, UK is where Rahimtullah Omar is tuned in from this morning. Jimmy Gakeo says, have a good weekend and get into it safe. Happy Kamata Friday. Why people are being arrested? Well, anyway, anything can happen, right? Leo says, good morning to us all. Politicians loathe accountability, he says. And as the hyenas they are, they will accuse my person of smelling like sheep when they're exposed for theft of taxpayers' money. Where? Pan-African Nation, we see you. Good morning, it's Friday. CT, just one word for the future Kenyan?
Hello.
Bas. That's it. Kitangela is locked, says Ricardo. Says, good morning, kings and queens. Rise and shine. It's a brand new day filled with fresh opportunities and endless possibilities. Remember, today is yours to conquer, indeed. Hello, family of intellects. One day, this country will be sold by a politician.
One day.
One day. I said, hey, do you want Kenya? How much do you have? Collect money.
One day at a time.
Out.
Now that is a song. One day at a time, that's a song.
That's a song.
Niko na kashamba mahali.
Yeah, niko na kashamba. Na kuna watu ndani, wameshajenga.
Na kuna deni.
Hawa watu.
Kuna petroli, nini. You want?
Wako na bidii ya kazi. Na wapika kelele sana. Majina ndio watakuita kwa mara lakini hawana.
Unaweza kuwasukuma kiasi.
Na pia ni watu wa dini, wanapenda dini. Wanapenda kuomba. Ni watu wazuri. Sasa kuna mengi nitakwambia lakini lazima niambie kuna ngapi.
Basi. Hata hii pesa ni kidogo lakini wacha tu nichukue wewe uchukue.
Unajua lazima uongeze kwa sababu kuna wengine lazima nigawanyie. Unajua wao ndio utakuwa unawasiliana nao.
Lazima ifike mashinani.
Lazima ifike mashinani.
Yikes. Good morning, team. Some politicians that rushed the finance bill version 2 are looking to silence the media. Is that right? Tibbs Muga, good morning. Douglas Kibogong says, good morning. Why are the media saying we as schools receive for the first time in advance? What are you saying? Make it clear, man. Rachel Mirindo says, good morning. Good morning, good people, and happy Friday to you, Rachel. Abu Sherry is tuned in this morning, says, Maraga isn't an angel. What are you talking about? Because
no. There has been talk in certain circles in this country, as we are wont to do, that there are groups of people. Some say it is Gen Z. Some say what they're saying, that is their choice for president.
He himself, in fact, is in the headlines today, and he's saying that if you give me the opportunity, I will lead you properly. Get it?
Yes, and that's him saying. That was me quoting what I've heard others say about him.
Yes.
And they seem happy.
They seem happy with the choice.
No, with the idea.
With the idea that he could be.
Yes.
Okay. Habari za asubuhi. Nauliza Eriko alienda wapi? Sasa hiyo ni swali unatuuliza saa hii. Kisa Daniel.
Ulikuwa unataka ulize saa ngapi?
Labda June.
Tujibu bwana.
Si alienda.
Bas, tuendelee.
Okay. My take, good morning. Just take things as they are. You just don't worry about anything. Sawa. Dr. Venvik, good morning. Tuning from Tudor in Mombasa. Ndu, how is your experience working with Luos? Well, as you can see, I'm here, flanked on my right and on my left. What else are you looking for?
Liking it.
Yeah. Ndu, there's nothing wrong with ASMR, isn't it? Yeah, I did that for almost 2 hours yesterday, and it was quite a thing. And Gore says, Furahide, yes. Good morning, sister. Hesbon Sidon is tuned in this morning and says, Canada Golo Koke. What is that?
It has unsheathed its claws.
Canada Bas. Yes. Oh, unsheathed is Golo.
Golo is to remove.
Okay.
So I'm giving it the English equivalent.
Okay.
Yes.
Unsheathed.
Because if you remove your nails, then you are referring to plucking them out.
Yes.
If you unsheath them, then it means just open them up now.
Ready to pounce.
Okay. Ivan Omondi says, good morning, spicy greetings from Nairobi West. Pan-African, we see you, we understand. Good morning, team, listening in from Durban in South Africa today. Can't wait to get back to the beautiful city of Nairobi. Okay. Stanley Gash is tuned in this morning. Joe Mungai is also here. Omari says, good morning. Let's hold our leaders accountable. My take says, no sloganeering, please. It's too early. Who is sloganeering? I would like to know the difference between the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget. Well, I mean, just by their names. But we can go into that, actually. Yeah. Let's look at that maybe.
No, in a statement. One, audits, meaning looks at the books of accounts and tells you whether they comply with what it was.
In the budget.
Yes, exactly. Yes. It's simple.
The Controller of Budget essentially is the one who allows you to spend or not to spend.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes, they ensure that you followed all the guidelines, all the policies, all the protocols before she can say, okay, spend.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And when she allows you to spend, that is the blueprint now that the Auditor General uses to say, okay.
I say control of budget allowed you to spend for this purpose,
yes.
and we can see that it happened or it did not happen, and then reports on that.
It did not happen as expected.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
So, two difference for sure. Okay, really quickly, Ben Otieno says good morning. We can see you. George Okoh says good morning, my good people. And Agri Momanyi says, Inu na bantu abaya. Okay. Okechi, what does Okechi mean in Nigerian? There's no... Inuna bantawe. Inuna bantawaya. Sisi ni watu wazuri, sindio? Bas.
Bantawaya is who?
Bantawaya is in the...
Which dialect? It's the language.
I'm not sure. It's Kisi.
Bantawaya.
Yeah, it's Kisi.
So they burnt a wire.
Yes. Choma wire.
Vanta Avaya. And then Washington Okechi is asking me, what does Okechi mean? Okechi means God's time. Okay? I'm also Uduto. Everybody's speaking their language this morning. But we see you all. Tunawasalimia kabisa kila mtu. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's always great to have you in the room. Asante sana sana. This week we are finishing off from Burkina Faso.
We are now. The proverb for today is a nice one. Lovely, 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 lovely. And quite simple also. This country is simple but really powerful proverbs.
Yep.
The capital is still Ouagadougou.
The capital is still Ouagadougou. We must let you know this one here. What I'm actually saying, when I say Ouagadougou, I am being tonal about it. There's a language that I associate with because it's part of my heritage, and it's a tonal language.
Yes.
So, Ouaga meaning the brother of Dugu. So I'm actually saying, this is the brother of Dugu.
Dugu's brother.
Dugu's brother. Yes. That's why we keep laughing. And just you say the same thing, but you give it a tonal twist and a turn. And as you like saying, voila.
Voila.
So voila. Right. What was I looking for again?
The proverb for today from Ouagadougou.
No, that one I have.
Okay.
That one I have. No. In another hour. When the ants unite their mouth, listen very carefully. When the ants unite their mouth, they can carry an elephant.
You know, if you put a comma in a different place, it would change the meaning completely of that statement. But there's no comma, eh?
Nope. So when the ants unite their mouth, they can carry an elephant.
That's true. There is unity in numbers. But when we all come together in concert, we can achieve much.
There's strength in numbers.
The strength is what I was looking for. Yes. Otherwise known as unity at 6:20 on a Friday. You understand?
I do understand.
Yeah. There is strength in numbers. When we all come together and decide that this is where we are going, there is nothing that we cannot do. Abi?
June 25th.
Hey.
You guys.
Exactly. Incidentally, that's the day of my birth. You see, greater things happen.
June 25th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's forever imprinted.
Okay. I don't get excited. Why did you move it?
To what?
See, it was January before.
I've always been a June baby.
Okay. Today she tells us.
Ednah, you knew. Yeah.
Ednah was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ednah was there. Okay. So, let's look at the headlines, shall we? Let me start with Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. And what's on The Standard this morning? Rewarding yes men. These are the ones that we're talking about, CT. After a bloodbath on the government side in Parliament, President William Ruto and opposition leader Raila Odinga have chosen to elevate their homeboys at the expense of dissenters. The loyalist members of Parliament, or MPs, will now chair and sit in lucrative committees with opposers confined as members in nondescript units. Where? Have we seen something like this happen before?
Yes.
I mean, we saw it under Uhuru's government
Handshake.
when the handshake came about, and then the likes of Susan Kihika and Kipchumba Murkomen were removed from those, positions in Senate, and Kimani Ichung'wah and Aden Duale were removed from the National Assembly positions as key committees as chair. We've seen this before. Is it a new thing? Not really. Who is in? Oburu Odinga, Energy Committee, Mohammed Faki, Lands Environment Committee, Senator James Mwaruma, Trade Industry Committee, Migori Senator Eddie Okech, Roads, Transport and Housing Committee, Alego Songa, Member of Parliament, Samuel Atandi, Budget Committee, James Nyikal, Health Committee. Who's out? Ndindi Nyoro, out as the Budget Chair, Gavani Wamushomba, out as the committee chair of the CIOC. Peter Salasia moved to Member Services from Agriculture. Timothy Toretich moved to the Parliamentary Library. What happens in the library? Lenku Seki moved from the Senate Trade Committee, and James Gakuya, Trade Investments Committee chair, moved. It's political. Don't call it something else. Yeah. It's 153% political. Other headlines. The IEBC chairperson, familiar names seek to replace Chebukati. We'll look into some of those actually as we have our conversations later. Experts differ on grade 9 careers. Junior secondary schools learners face a tough work path decision in a few months, with some saying they are not ready. Ding, 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 ding. If you need to know what alarm bells sound like, they're ringing already. Mm-hmm. But again, something that we'll look at later. Tell us what you have on the Nation, Dennis.
The Daily Nation now. How governors burnt 6.6 billion shillings on joyrides. Now, European capitals, Dubai and Singapore, the preferred destinations, as county officials spent billions globetrotting at a time the devolved governments have refused to improve or pay for health workers, citing scarce resources. Now, the officials incurred the expenditure in 6 months to December 31st to fund these junkets, like watching the Olympics in Paris and participating in conferences on firefighting and pyrethrum revival in the United Kingdom, as well as which way Raila. ODM leader Raila Odinga yesterday concluded his countrywide consultations on a pact with President William Ruto, which could inform his stand on the 2027 general election. Now, Mr. Odinga has had consultations in Nairobi, Nyanza, Western, Northeastern and the coast, with sources saying an announcement is expected from today. We're waiting to hear what the former Prime Minister will be saying. And the judiciary lobby back CJ Kome. Top judges fight against JSC, and Katiba Institute urges court not to consider complaints against judges without first enacting the rules of procedure to govern disciplinary proceedings. Now, chalks replace bullets in North Rift as schools become peace beacons. That is in page 23 of the Daily Nation. And David Maraga, this is how I would govern differently. Former Chief Justice says the state of the country is bad due to rampant corruption, vowing to fight graft and uphold the rule of law if he is given an opportunity to lead. That is in page 7 of the Daily Nation. CT, Business Daily?
Yes, Business Daily. Why auditor doubts Treasury will recoup 55 billion KQ loan. Okay? This was accrued over time. This was the state bailout. Okay?
Yep.
Yes. She is citing contractual loopholes. Not that Kenya Airways would not pay, but the way the deals were structured, there are loopholes. When you hear loophole, it means somebody is about to escape. What they're escaping from or to, then I leave for you to figure out. Court backs sacking of bank staff for lending to family friend. Really? Oh, this one I need to tell you. The Court of Appeal in Nyeri has endorsed a decision of the Consolidated Bank to sack one of its workers for lending her money to a family friend and earning interest on the same.
Hang on a minute. So she's a Shylock?
No. She lent money to a family friend.
Her own money?
Yes.
In her own money?
You become Shylock when that is what you do as a business.
But she lent her own money to her friend?
Yes.
So what's the problem?
I'm wondering. That's why I'm reading it. Okay. A move that is viewed as business competition with a financial institution. Come on.
So she's in competition with
her employer. Come on.
Okay, see,
come on, man. Anyway, this TikTok to probe. Sorry. Kenya to probe TikTok sexual content claims. Sorry.
Thanks.
Kenya to probe.
To probe.
Yes, not TikTok to probe Kenya. It is Kenya to probe.
Okay.
Yes, Communications Authority has launched a formal inquiry into the allegations that popular social platform TikTok profited from sexual mainstream involving children. Hey, God almighty. You know this TikTok, eh? Here it's for entertainment. The country where it came from is used for education.
Yeah. Yes. Completely.
Yep.
Here we are, the ones who are singing into it. All right. A journey of faith, grit, and outstanding journalism. All right. 18 years ago, on March 17th, a small team of dreamers and doers took a leap of faith into the unknown. That day, the Business Daily, Kenya's first daily business newspaper, was born under the auspices of the Decision Media Group. Species. 7th of March, today, birthday. Okay, today. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to
Business Daily.
Okay.
Yes, bang in the middle of the top right-hand corner. Let's go top right-hand corner. There's a story on page 2 about Immaculate Kasait. She is a very important person. Commissioner.
Data protection.
Data protection. First ever. Yes. Right. Revealed the tycoons behind the troubled cereals firm. The cereals firm is Procter & Allen. There's a whole list of names of people here. Many. Who, then her, then he. Anyway, that's the story. Let me look at the business. The other one is called Star.
Yes.
Business Daily. Top right-hand corner. Siasa is, left. Is Kalonzo the man to beat Ruto in 2027 election?
No. Oh, sorry. You weren't asking a question? Sorry.
It was a question.
Really sorry.
I read the question.
Okay.
But you responded. It's all right. News. Okay, top right-hand corner. No till green, just news. Amadi Nyachai, among big names eyeing IEBC chair. Remember there was a short list, eh?
Yes.
These two individuals were shortlisted. So now we're on that last stretch. Want to see 37 of them shortlisted, 35 anyway. We will see, won't we? All right. The heart that heals, a woman's fight for widows' dignity and welfare. This one speaks of a young lady by the name of Jackie Odhiambo who received a Zuri Award for public service. See, people notice you when you do good for and by others.
Very true.
Right. Engineer turns love for farming to dragon fruit in a great success. This is sort of a gentleman in Meru who is an engineer by training. Okay? He's a tinker. Okay, now he has grown a fruit called dragon, otherwise known as dragon fruit. Yes, okay. Bang in the middle of the paper, two set to sign coalition agreement today. Okay, today. Yet another handshake. Ruto 50%, Raila 50%. Right.
This is the same thing that just 2.5 years ago they told us, kuna kitu mwenye anaota juu sijui what kama it will never happen.
Mkate nusu ulisikia wapi?
Sisi.
Sisi.
Mimi.
Where? But in case it happens, mtego.
No sooner than today.
Tuliweka mitego hapa. Tukaweka mitego pale.
This is instructive. Why I'm saying it's instructive is this, huh? The art of the impossible and the improbable is politics. The very things you say. By now we should understand. Just go back to the handshake, where handshake began many years ago. People assume it began with Moi and Raila. No. Our handshake began at independence.
Yes.
We had Kadu, we had Kanu. Handshake. One.
This handshake thing is not a new phenomenon.
No, it is not. Then comes along Moi, Raila, handshake. Zzz, then referendum. Then we have Raila,
Kibaki,
handshake. Not many words were exchanged then, but then when you come to Uhuru, the things that was said.
What are you talking about? When William Ruto finished and when Mandamano started, he said, watu wako na mchezo sana. Wanafikiria ati tutaungane, sijui what. It will never happen. It will never happen. No, I'm the one telling you. It will never happen.
So I think what he said
ding,
came
ding,
true.
Ding, 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 ding.
Never did happen.
Never did happen.
Yeah. So now never
has happened.
So now we can see never.
Hey, if you were looking for never.
But let me just add a little cherry on top of this one.
Yes.
To be honest, I would rather we are a nation that talks and arrives at an agreement through conversation, no matter how abhorrent it is. Because the alternative...
Boss, you don't want to be in a state of internal conflict.
True. The alternative...
We have too many examples of internal conflict that have happened and those that are currently happening over things like this.
The country that... from whence I got the proverb this week is a perfect example. My friend.
You know what? Kenya could actually be a budding policy for Kenya. Actually, you could actually then be the face of government through coalition handshakes.
Yeah.
And show the world how it's done. There's always a new life that comes from an old stump, I'm telling you. There's something that you can do.
There's this thing at the rainbow, and at the end of
it... At the end, there's a pot of gold.
This rainbow...
It could be that Kenya is now the SI unit or the FASA for coalition handshakes and how it can actually be done to avoid internal conflict.
And actually, it's something that happens in other jurisdictions, those that you consider to have democracies that do work. I mean, look at what is happening in Germany right now. It is all about these both sides sitting together to agree to move forward. So it is something that happens, only that as Kenya, we need to realize that perhaps
this is the way you're going to go. Absolutely. And we talk about, working out your democracy. And the democracy is not one straight jacket, one size fits all kind of thing. No. You work it out. And it's clear that whatever was prescribed by those who were the fathers or founders of democracy is not going to fit for every nation that comes out in its own sovereignty and nationalism later. So there's a possibility that you could say, you know what, maybe this is actually what works for us. We're going to have somebody who might, quote unquote, win an election, but it's going to be very clear that we're not going to be able to handle governance as that one entity, and then you're going to have to bring other people into it. It could be the model that other people then use.
One of the things there's a question that is often asked of Africans themselves and of others about Africa. When is it that this continent will actually catch up with the West? It's a question that requires a response.
Yes.
Okay? Ask yourself, these so-called mature democracies, how old are they? There's a reason why I'm asking the question. If you look at Europe, two countries dominated Europe for the longest time. France, England. Them, they didn't have divisions. Germany was a hodgepodge of small principalities doing their own thing and squabbling among themselves. So they didn't even have the energy to fight somebody else. They just fought among themselves. Before a gentleman called Bismarck came along and knocked their heads together. The Italians are a bit laid back. But even them, they were principalities. Until a guy called Garibaldi came along and knocked their heads together and they formed. Then they started sort of like figuring out that they can have a say. They are old. If you go to Latin America, from the time that they started talking about independence and moving away from the Spaniards, you will find that probably some of the oldest democracies, if you look at, say, Brazil, stable. Argentina had its problems, but the other countries, my friend, coups and counter coups and the 100 days, God knows what. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is, we as a continent, we're in our 60s.
Yes.
Okay? So, if we're talking about democracy, first of all, whose democracy are we talking about?
Thank you. That was actually where I was headed.
That's where you're headed?
Yes.
Please continue.
Because as we talk about democracy, our model pretty much has been the West. But how about as Africa in our 60s, we sit and decide this is a model that works for us?
That's what I'm saying.
Because democracy that works elsewhere might not work here. We've seen it's not working. Perhaps we sat and decided this is our way moving forward.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, look at the things that you've been written for. Children grew up reading Goldilocks and the Three Bears, and after some time, people realized, wait a minute, this Goldilocks, first of all, we don't look like her. Her hair is not like hers. Three bears. Which three bears are you walking with in the middle of the forest? Then what did people start to do? They started writing about Cthulhu the rhino, because that is the one that you know, and the lessons now that you can apply to yourself. So that's what I'm saying. And it could be a model that other people can actually then use. Don't worry about Katulu the rhino and where I found him, but we can talk about that. Okay, so at this point, let's take a quick look at traffic and then look at the stories that are making headlines in more detail, shall we? It's 20 minutes to 7 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues this Friday after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
All right, taking a look at what's making traffic this Friday morning. It's already starting to build on the Thika Superhighway as you come into the city, but nothing too crazy. Usually Friday morning traffic doesn't do that thing. Now, coming in from Githurai, it's easy streets, as you say, through into the CBD until you get right around the survey, then it's going to slow down just a little bit. And then taking that curve around Muthaiga Square from Kiambu Road is where you'll find the most of it right about now. But getting through and in and about the city this morning doesn't look too bad at all. As you're coming off of Mombasa Road, you'll get through no problem whatsoever, and the Southern Bypass, as usual, looks pretty good. Okay, so shall we take a look and see what happens as we get round half an hour? Let's do it and talk as we keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so there's been talk about what happens with grade 9s. Remember, I'm telling you, this particular class has really suffered. This was the first of course, the first CBC class, and they moved into grade 4, and then they're the first ones who got to grade 7, and there were no books, and I don't know what's going to happen. And now these are the ones that are getting first, of course, into senior secondary school, and the questions in terms of what's going to happen with them then are rife. So now there's a debate raging if grade 9 learners are capable of picking career paths. These students are 12, 13, 14 years old, okay? And as the competency-based curriculum enters another level next year, thousands of grade 9 learners across the country are preparing to take a crucial decision that will shape their future careers. The debate on whether the students are ready to make informed choices continues 7 months to the transition period. Before moving to senior secondary school next year, the students must select a choice that some experts argue may come too early in their academic and personal development. For 15-year-old Grace Mwikali, for example, a student in Nairobi, the decision is a weighty matter. I enjoy both science and business studies. My teachers say I should take the science pathway because I do well in math, but I also love the idea of running my own company one day. The introduction of career pathways was designed to better prepare students for the workforce or tertiary education by offering tailored subject groupings in fields such as science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These are STEM. Business studies, humanities, and technical skills. However, some educators believe that expecting 14 and 15-year-olds to commit to a career might be premature. At this stage, many students are still discovering their interests and capabilities. While some may have a clear idea of what they want to pursue, others need more exposure to different career options before making an informed decision. And this is according to Dr. Rebecca Minor. Despite these concerns, the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development maintains it will work well. The learners will be 15 years old by the time they complete grade 9. By that age, they're psychologically mature enough to conceptualize pathways, according to KICD Director Charles Ongondo. Now, you see these things that come in after the fact? Yeah. For me, this is the problem. That when you were doing a pilot, did we do a pilot of CBC? Right. When you were doing a pilot, did you realize that at some point, when you're going to grade 9, senior secondary school, did you know that they would be 14, 15 years old? Yes, you did. Mm-hmm. Did you take into consideration the psychological maturity of a 14-year-old? Can a 14... Look, I have kids who've said to me, I want to be a pilot. I have a daughter who said to me, I want to be a doctor. By the time she cut her finger, stubbed her toe, scraped her knee a couple of times and saw blood, she said, absolutely not. And then the next thing that she wanted to be was an architect. And then she started watching legal drama and said, you know what? I want to be a lawyer. What am I talking about? The fickle minds of children at that age.
The flexible mind of children.
Flexible mind, because I can do this and I can experience this and I can experience this and realize that I have an interest in this later. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that these minds will change. Now, what you're doing at this age when you're asking them to choose a pathway, you're setting them up for failure, in my opinion. Because what happens when this 14-year-old picks STEM and starts out in STEM in that year and then comes round about the end of the year and says, you know what, this is not for me.
Might as well be an accountant.
Exactly.
What options are there for changing your mind?
There are no options. This is the problem. And that's why these experts are saying that you cannot subject these children to that, because they're going to make a decision and then you're going to make them stick to that decision. It's not like university where you can change your major after year one.
And you see in universities, you find someone got in doing medicine.
And then finished.
Then kidogo, this is not what I want. Let me get into business. And you're talking about 18, 19-year-olds.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Even at that age,
yes, at that age, they're changing because it is not cast on stone.
Why are you referring to children and young adults?
Even
look at how grown up and long in the tooth individuals change their mind.
Yes.
In the event that you have a mind made up over certain issues and you are then visited by options of perspectives that you hadn't thought of, you change your mind. So surely, should we not give the children this opportunity to change their minds?
Absolutely. So if you've decided that they should go into pathways, which I don't have a problem with, by the way, I think it's great that you can take a path and go with it. I don't think you should cast it in stone.
Yes.
I think there are other ways in which you can bring about these pathways. And these are the things that the Presidential Working Party on Education, these are the things that they actually were supposed to be looking at in terms of entrenching this curriculum. And now they're telling us, don't worry, 14, 15-year-olds, they can make a decision. Are you kidding? A 14-year-old wakes up in the morning and says, I want to eat an egg for breakfast. By the time it's 15 minutes later, they can tell you, actually, you know what? I'd rather just have something cold. Come on.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about a career? No,
a life choice.
There you go.
A life choice.
No. There's something called expediency that seems to have been the byword and the foundational thinking and conclusion process that people who've been given such tasks. You don't tinker with education like that. You don't. Have these people forgotten what they were like when they were children?
Come on, man.
Or don't they have children?
They do.
Yes.
But, because, it's been done, somebody has said something, somebody has written a report, and so therefore we just have to continue as it is.
We can throw away the report.
We're subjecting our children to some kind of,
We can throw away the report. If it doesn't meet the master and it does not give us what it is we feel is the best operative word here for the children, throw it out.
Yeah,
if it doesn't need to be thrown, then tinker with it and see what you can
fix
change.
It until it works.
Yes.
Yeah. And as well, in casting it on stone, we're talking about lives here. The city says this is a life choice that you're giving a child. And at the end of the day, they'll come back and tell you forced me into something that I wasn't, I was not into. I mean, and this goes back to the fact that even CBC itself was never put onto the pilot process. Say people like psychologists who would be able to advise on what this would do to the brains of these young people, they were never in that presidential working party. Today we're just saying, by the time they're 14, they would have grown up and would have known what exactly they need to do.
Do you know when you get to the age of 25 is when your brain is now solidifying. 25, not 14. 10 years after this particular event is when now your brain
settles.
It has settled. It's not jumping hoops. It more or less has clarity. And pathways are clearer. 14. When puberty is setting in, all manner of things are happening to this individual, and for the first time they're experiencing real confusion.
Yeah,
the brain is popping up, neurons are running amok.
And then you want to say at that point, make a decision about the what your career will be in the future.
Did I say neurons?
You did. You said neurons.
Then hormones. Yes, come in, and then they confuse the confusion even more.
Yeah, and then there is TikTok. Everyone wants to try.
No.
We would have hoped that these are the things that would have been taken into consideration when this decision was being made, but clearly it was not. I'm not even going to beat around the bush. It's too young. They're too young, and like you said, there's so many other conflicting incidences at the same time. For somebody to make a decision solidly about what they're going to do for the next 3 years that will push them into another, and then for me, you don't leave room for adjustments. You don't leave room for opening that.
You lock it in.
Yeah. So that pressure point to open means that then you give them an option of saying, okay, I've done this for 6 months, I've done it for 9 months, and guys, this is actually not where I want to go. You don't leave that option. So what do you think is going to happen? Where after that 3 years, because it's after the 4 years, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? Then you have disgruntled students who've gone through 4 years of a pathway that they realized 1 year into the pathway that they actually didn't want to do, they were not comfortable doing, but you forced them to do because you didn't give them option to change. They come out frustrated, disgruntled, and then you turn them into doctors and they wanted to be musicians. What do you think is going to happen in society?
They will leave Caesars inside you.
Yeah. Very true. Yeah.
It's a battery.
My God. Who do you know?
Said the neurons will be charged in their proper.
People are mixing the hormones.
Okay.
Your story then.
Yeah. So let's talk about governors, yeah? Now, counties spent 6.6 billion shillings on foreign travel with 6 months with European capitals, Dubai and Singapore, emerging as the preferred destination. This happened even as the devolved governments have refused to improve health workers' salaries, citing financial constraints. Now, county officials incurred the expenditure from July 1st to December 31st, 2024 to fund junkets like watching the Olympics in Paris, attend overseas cultural events, participate in the conferences on firefighting and pyrethrum in the United Kingdom, according to latest reports by the Comptroller of Budget. We're talking about 6 billion shillings that has been spent by these governors. And let's talk about these counties. Machakos, 372.91 million shillings. Nairobi, 369.03 million shillings that has been spent at a time when clinical doctors are on the roads because the collective bargaining agreement has not been upheld. At a time when our ECDE centers lack teachers that should be funded by the counties, and governors are here globetrotting.
Yes. There's that little detail. And, this morning I was having a conversation with the Uber gentleman who brought me to work. And when I got into the vehicle, he started talking to me about what he and his friends have been thinking about. And among the things he told me was, they concluded, when people are waiting for fare, F-A-R-E, okay, they sit around congregated, they chit-chat, and usually there's a place you can drink tea, and they're saying, these members of parliament never look after our interest.
Yeah.
I said, really? He said, no. So I said, so what options are you talking about? Because clearly you're talking about options. He says, that is the thing. We know that we must change this government, and ask him, and get what instead? I said, when you want to change something, you must understand and take the time to consider the options that you are going to bring in. You must consider it seriously. Change is good, but change to what? It was a very long conversation because the drive to work is long. So it was a long conversation.
Yeah.
But that citizens are talking about their fate, because the fate of the nation is their fate, is a very good thing.
Indeed.
That we have problems we don't know what to do with, it's not necessarily a good thing, but inadvertently it is. Because in the absence of it, we would not be having these discussions.
Yes.
We are forced to look at things and make judgments that ordinarily we would not make.
I also had a conversation with an Uber driver about the same, and this gentleman was actually categorical because I asked him the same question, and he was like, if you ask me, I'd rather go the Burkina Faso way. Let the military take the country and run the affairs, because in Nairobi, at least we tested that through NMS, and we saw what NMS did, at least in his neighborhood. There was a water tank that was put there, and right now he's enjoying the results of that. He has clean water that is affordable, that he can go access. Absence of that is a Nairobi that is dirty for him, that he's not happy to be in. He's considering going back to Kisii, at home, where life is much better, cleaner, there is water that he can use.
Why can't we make the connect? And I think this is one of the things that a friend of ours who comes to the show, Cyprian. Yeah, I can never say his last name.
Or Nyakundi?
No. Thank you, Cyprian Yamamu. And he says this all the time. He says, you know what? If you can make the connection between money spent and what you see that has actually been done with it, then probably you would be a little bit more satisfied. But the problem with the stories that we see today, in terms of now hearing that your leaders actually don't care about you, is that 6.6 billion shillings, you guys, do you know how much money this is and what it would actually be able to do?
It's an insane amount.
For goodness sake, if the county of Machakos just here spent 372 million traveling, Nairobi 369 million traveling, 315 million traveling Kitui, 225 million traveling Nyandarua, 217 million traveling Kajiado. What were the benefits of this travel if we cannot see direct benefits? That you went to Singapore and you brought back palm tree seedlings, and then you planted them in Nyandarua 3 years ago, and today we are now, as a result of that, seeing that we have palm oil. Then I have no problem.
Yeah.
But if you went, people jumping up and down to go and do shopping in Harrods, in London, this, that, then you see, if we cannot see a direct relation between this money that you spent and the results that would actually benefit the country, then we have a problem. Sit down.
But do the
And meanwhile, capitation has not been sent to schools. Meanwhile, Ogamba is telling us that they'll send next week.
This is not a problem. This is a symptom.
Hey.
When people know they can get away with whatever nonsense they dream up, it's understanding that there's impunity and understanding that nothing much will happen. Believe me, when that happens, you try it, nothing happens. You try it again, nothing happens. You figure, wait a moment, nothing's going to happen. Or if it does happen, it'll take a long time. Before, courts don't adjudicate on anything that doesn't go to them.
It has to be brought to them.
Yes.
In all honesty, if we do not, as a citizenry, understand that we have a duty to hold our leaders to account, so we elect you, we then proceed to hold you to account.
Yeah.
We take children to school and we go to school every time they call us. We actually run.
Yes. When the say, please, parent of such and such, can you come?
And when they send you a report, you read that report and you discuss it. Why? That report is what tells you what is happening in the school. And these days they send you messages on email. MPs do not send you messages on email, on WhatsApp. They don't come and give you a status report, which they should. Everything that was planned for. Why? Because they know we will not hold them to account.
They know.
So nothing will happen.
They know that nobody will ask them questions.
So when they elevate themselves a little bit and they become, say, governors.
With budgets. And you see, City, we talk about pyrethrum, someone traveling outside this country to go discuss about pyrethrum. Yet this country, immediately after independence, we are growing pyrethrum and processing it. We have extension officers in these countries from back then who have all this information and can advise on what needs to be done. We're going to benchmark in Singapore, yet Singapore picked Kenyan model to make its country what it is today.
What I find is that, you see, the insult for me, the utter insult, is that they don't even try to lie properly. They
at least try and lie well.
At least, come on, let me see some effort going into the lies. I say, man, the fellow just sort of like picks up whatever pops into the heads and just says it. I mean, that's the highest level of disregard.
Also combined with the fact that they know that nobody is going to come and ask them, nobody's going to investigate, nobody's going to find them guilty or not guilty or then send them to nobody will ask them. So that's why they can continue and continue and continue.
And you know what happens when they actually checked out? Yesterday, there is a Deputy Speaker, Gladys Bose, was actually saying in Parliament that we need to have a discussion with the media. We will actually sue them simply because the media is checking them out and telling them how you're running the country is wrong. So they have the audacity.
Now, do you feel nice when somebody calls you out?
No.
You don't. It's normal human reaction. It's normal. It's human. So actually, I don't fault that sentiment. I understand.
So somebody who thinks it is their right to get away with all manner of things.
When you come and tell them that...
You can say, excuse me, what is...
They even feel
how
slighted.
dare you come to the fore?
Yeah.
We must sue you.
What audacity do you have to call me out and tell me?
This isn't complicated. It is your right. If you feel aggrieved and something's wrong, by all means, sue.
Take it forward.
Please, just
don't even waste time. Don't even talk about it.
Don't rupture a blood vessel. Just send the thing forward and do what you need or you must do. But remember, once that thing is the public domain, you may wish you hadn't taken
never
it
opened your mouth in the first place. And on that note, it's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Public secondary schools may receive 14 billion shillings first-term capitation next week. Education CS Julius Ogamba made the announcement at the Eldoret National Polytechnic during the Technical and Vocational Training Principals Quarterly meeting. Ogamba appealed to school heads not to send students home due to a delay in the release of the first-term capitation from the government.
There is a shortfall, there is a balance of 14 billion, which the ministry is working very, very closely with Treasury to ensure that it is released. We've liaised and we've talked to our head teachers not to send the students home because it is not the parents who pay the school fees. The school fees is paid through the capitation from our government. So we are doing everything we can to ensure that that 14 billion balance is released very, very soon. We are hoping that it will be released by next week. And I can assure you that even as of yesterday, my team from the ministry was in Treasury trying to find out whether there are enough resources so that that capitation can be released.
Ogamba further said the ministry was working to ensure that close to 4 million young people who are currently not employed or in formal education are absorbed in TVETs.
As you are aware, we have a large number of our youths who are not in any formal employment or in any formal education. They are not in employment and they are not in formal education or employment. And the number is estimated to be at about 3.8 million to 4 million. We intend to ensure that a good number of these students join our TVET institutions because we've come up with programs including the recognition of prior learning, where the learning that has been done in an informal sector can now be certified through our programs.
Another memorial service for former IEBC chairman Wafula Chebukati is scheduled to take place today in Sabatia, Trans Nzoia County, ahead of his burial tomorrow. County Commissioner Gideon Oyagi has assured members of the public who will attend the event of adequate security.
Kuhakikishia wale ambao wamejitayarisha kuja kwa hayo masisi ya kwamba kuna usalama wa kutosha. Hatutakubalia mavazi ya vyama vyovyote siku hiyo. Iwe ni t-shirt, iwe ni kofia, any party regalia, anybody wearing a party regalia will not be allowed. Tumesema hivyo kwa sababu huu sio mkutano wa kisiasa. Na tunataka kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi wote wamekuja kwa hii sherehe wakikumbuka hii sio mkutano wa kisiasa.
Chebukati's family spokesperson has revealed that over 300 security personnel, including those from the NYS, will be present.
Kutakuwa na wageni wengi waheshimiwa hapa. So we'll start a program early. There's a heavy political leadership. VIPs coming in wazito sana ambao iko njiani na kuja. We have a heavy security presence hapa. Tafadhali mtu asicheze. I think we'll have over 200 or 300 policemen plus National Youth Service. Kwa hivyo ukicheza utalala ndani.
One person died on the spot last evening after his car collided with a lorry and burst into flames on the Mombasa highway. Police say James Gitahi, a retired commercial pilot who's been flying commercial planes at the Wilson Airport, was alone in the saloon car. According to eyewitnesses, Gitahi, who was traveling to Nairobi, was trying to overtake a lorry when he collided with an oncoming one. He was trapped inside the car, which burst into flames as a result of the impact. Pope Francis has released an audio message thanking people across the world for their support after being admitted to hospital on February the 14th. It's the first time the 88-year-old has been heard by the public since entering hospital to be treated for bronchitis before being diagnosed with pneumonia in both lungs. The short two-line message recorded earlier that day from Rome's Gemelli Hospital was played during a nightly prayer service for the Pope in St. Peter's Square at the Vatican. Earlier this week, the Vatican said the pontiff was stable after suffering 2 episodes of respiratory failure and had been using non-invasive mechanical ventilation, but is now back on a high-flow oxygen mask. The Pope has been forced to cancel a number of events since his hospitalization, most recently on Ash Wednesday, which marks the beginning of the 6-week period leading up to Easter. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Not too much with traffic this morning. We're seeing a little bit of it that has built up over the last few minutes on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. Just some bumper-to-bumper action there, but will not be too crazy, at least not for now. There is a little bit of traffic also building up on the Eastern Bypass as you come through towards the Cabanas interchange through North Airport Road, and all of that then heading and finding some of it on Ombaso Road. So it's a little bit here and there, but I think we'll be doing okay. We're not yet into traffic hour. Let's see what happens when we get into it. Friday seems to be moving along without too much of an issue, so let's keep it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock and getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the last one for this week, and getting into Friday proper. It is International Women's Day tomorrow. It's been Women's Week all week, and we're getting into some conversations around justice and International Women's Day, and our guests are here. I'll tell you who they are in just a bit. And CT, you're going to drop diamonds for a little bit more, aren't you?
I will. The diamonds actually don't refer to precious stones. It refers to building. Normally referred to as a house. When you've lived in it long enough and you own it, it could be a home.
Yes.
Now, Diamond Trust Bank have come up with an interesting proposition. The proposition is that they have a mortgage plan that can suit your pocket, your means.
Yes.
And it doesn't really matter whether you are employed, doesn't matter whether you are self-employed, doesn't matter whether you're in the diaspora. This is what they're saying. If you happen to be employed, the mortgage can be up to 105%. Take 2 seconds to pause and ponder. Up to. Not that is what you'll get, but up to. Why? Pay for the house, and 5 is for the normal charges that they ask you to pay for.
Yes.
Then 80%, up to 80% if you're in the diaspora. But the real clincher in their proposal is they say two things. They don't have hidden charges. Something won't creep on you and suddenly you feel, my goodness, where did this come from? 1, 2, if you pay ahead of the schedule, if you get the mortgage, they will not penalize you. Now, the real beauty, it's single-digit interest, 9% for 10 years, 9.75 for 25 years. Now, the only way you can confirm what I'm saying, what time is it, by the way, Ndu?
It is now 8 minutes after 7.
8 minutes after 7 on Friday. Today, what date is it today?
The 7th of March.
Right. Now, when banks open their doors, take a walk and go to Diamond Trust Bank and ask the same questions. Said there's a fellow we heard on radio and he said certain things, that these things true.
Yeah.
But if you cannot take your feet there, let your fingers do the walking, send an email. mortgages@dtbafrica.com. That's it.
Yeah, the whole package, CT. It's really great. Great stuff. To get information, I told you there were diamonds, and that's great. So it's 7th of March, that's for sure. A day before International Women's Day. Celebrated around the world for decades now. But today, it's the 7th, and it's been Women's Week. We're looking at a number of issues. And as we celebrate International Women's Day tomorrow, we'll be talking today about the International Day of Women Judges, championing for rights, equality and empowerment for all women and girls. It is a Justice Friday conversation today. And joining us in the room, Lady Justice Helen Omondi is the Court of Appeal Judge and the President of the International Association of Women Judges, and also joined by Honorable Jane Kamau, who is a Principal Magistrate and Vice Secretary of the Kenya chapter of the International Association of Women Judges. Good morning to both of you, Honorables.
Good morning. Good morning.
Karibuni sana. Justice Omondi, you've been with us before, and it's good to have you in the seats this morning. So we're going to welcome you both in true Situation Room style. CT has been, hobnobbing around different African countries as he does. And we see you, Justice, with that smile because you get it. He's going to share the proverb and he'll tell you which country it's from, and then both of you can tell us what your interpretation of that proverb would be. Is that all right? Okay.
Yes, we're in the land of honest people, otherwise known as Burkina Faso. The names were derived from two communities, Burkina and then Faso. Yes. These are the dominant communities in Burkina Faso, the Maore and the Dioula. But this country has 60 distinct languages that are considered national. Here you talk national languages, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
60. Okay. Then they have what they call formal languages that are used. That's French and English. This country has had upheavals like probably very few on the continent, but they form part of what we call the Coup Belt of West Africa. Mm-hmm. The Coup Belt, the name is suggestive and it's accurate. Countries that have sort of have gone through several decades of one coup after another, after another, after another, after another. And despite its wealth, both in human resource, land and minerals, it's one of the poorest countries on the planet. But the gentleman who took over recently, called Ibrahim Traore, he is definitively looking like he's changing all that. He's putting things in order and he's making the changes. Now the proverb.
We're going to get there.
When the ants unite their mouths, they can carry an elephant. Ants as in Siafu, not ant as in your father's sister. Yes.
Shangazi.
When ants unite their mouth, they can carry an elephant.
Let's start with you, Honorable Kamau. How would you interpret that?
Thank you. It's a well-known proverb. I'll look at it this way. So I'll look at it in the aspect of what we do every day as an association. So the Chief Justice has enabled us to have a platform called STAJ, Social Transformation on Access to Justice. And all of us, judges and magistrates, do our work. But as IAWJ, we are the ants. So what we do is that we empower our membership, which is a small membership of the judiciary, through trainings to get better at their work. So the elephant is the judiciary, but we are the ants. So together as IAWJ, we enable judiciary, which is the elephant, to do a better job. So I look at it that way.
Wow.
Yes.
How about a real life representation of a proverb? I love it.
Okay.
Lady Justice Omondi, how would you?
What comes to my mind is what I learned when I was in primary school. Many hands make light work. As simple as that.
Yeah.
It's just about getting together so as to be able to take up the task. Whatever task it comes across,
Absolutely.
whether it is in the profession or even within the community.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, punctuation is everything. As a child, when I first heard of that, I was puzzled. How is it that when you put your hands together, you have electricity?
Yeah.
I associated the word light with a bulb. Yes, it's until I grew up a little more in my youth that I realized that's not what they were talking about.
And this time it's weight.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, we're looking at a conversation around, I think it coincides beautifully with some of the other things that we talk about when we look at March 8th being International Women's Day and looking at Women's Week, but then we're also looking at International Day of Women Judges. Can we just start with, first of all, International Day of Women Judges, how this came about, and why it then is important for us to discuss as we get into some of the issues that would surround it. We can start with you, Lady Justice.
Thank you. The International Day of Women Judges, unfortunately, is not as well known as the International Day of Women.
Yeah.
Probably because this is more closed into a single profession, unlike women globally. But it came about when our mother association, the International Association of Women Judges, began to make a push so that what women in the justice sector, in the legal sector do would be more pronounced and be made known, and that it wouldn't sit in our comfort zones, but would reach out to be able to show the world what we as women do within the justice sector. And that is how then it began to be pushed through UNESCO, I think, and adopted the General Assembly, UN General Assembly. Yeah, UN General Assembly that now adopted it as a day that would be marked worldwide. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so what are some of the things that we push, or what are some of the things that we commemorate, celebrate on this International Day of Women Judges?
Some of the things that we celebrate, I think, is just the ability of women to be daring, to be brave enough to want to bring change, to make pronouncements that reflect a gender-sensitive approach, to be able to make decisions that impact on policies, that impact on cultural change behavior, that transforms the society into a society where men and women are treated with dignity and are treated as equals and given equal opportunity. Yeah.
Okay, so what are some of the things, for you, Honorable Kamal, that have stood out, that need addressing, and still today, that need addressing within these particular circles? Because we're also talking about championing the rights of women and girls and things like that. What are some of the things that we've not achieved yet?
We have discussed for several years, decades, on gender-based violence. And it seems that we are not, it's not reducing. For example, in Kenya, we have seen all these femicides and gender-based violence. That is something that I feel that we need to champion it more. So the judiciary is doing something about it, and we are celebrating that through our association and through the judiciary, we've been able to segregate these matters that are brought to us, gender-based violence, in different courts, in a separate court from the rest, so that we are not putting the victims together with other victims of fraud and all that. So we have sexual gender-based courts that have been established. That's a big thing. We started in Mombasa, and we have rolled out in Siaya and Kisumu and going on throughout the country. That is something that we need to celebrate. We also need to celebrate the fact that through the association and looking at the law in a gender lens, we were able to formulate the family division, separating the matters so that the people coming to these courts are able to receive justice quicker in a specialized way. So we have the family division, we have the children's court. So it is something that we need to continue championing and get more innovative in other ways in which we can bring justice closer to Wanjiko or to Omondi or to any other person. Yeah.
What informed the decision to begin these courts in the jurisdictions or in the areas where you began them?
There was a study to see the prevalence of sexual assault in those areas. For example, the Shanzu court, we have Kwale. So what would happen in Kwale is that there is a lot of early marriages, A lot of people are not well educated. There is the children, there is FGM as well in those places. So doing a research using our partners, there was statistics that informed that court, so that we start that court as a pioneer court to see how it works and to see if we will bring jurisprudence that will be able to enable other courts to be formulated. Yes.
So of all the places in the country where you see the same thing you've mentioned, early marriages,
yes,
gender-based violence,
yes.
So would they naturally not be the next places you would take the courts? Because you've said Kisumu, then somewhere in the environment.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that data pointed to these places as being hotspots.
Yes.
Okay, now, when you talk about gender equality and you have a court that deals with some of these matters, yes, that I can see. But to the person who is receiving this equality, what should it look like? How does a young girl, how does a woman in these rural places understand that
you're now equal with somebody?
Yes, I am now experiencing this change that I've heard people talk about, and it's at last it has arrived at my doorstep.
So apart from just sitting in court, we have meetings with the stakeholders. So each court, through the administration of justice at the top, we have what we call court users committees in each court.
Yeah.
And they're comprising of police, ODPP, whoever, doctors. So they make policies and they go out there and sensitize the communities. So each court is mandated to ensure its environs is aware that there's a sexual gender-based court, that this is what you're going to receive, this is what you should look out for. So as the common lady comes to court, she's already aware. We've gone to marketplaces, we have open days, like what we are celebrating now. Tomorrow we will be going to open days, we'll be going to prisons, we'll be going to children's homes and all that. So people will know that this is what I should expect. And also as a judiciary, we are quite, let me talk about the association. We are very vibrant in sensitization programs. So people are always aware this is what they'll find. If they are not aware, you walk into the nearest court. Nowadays we have court customer desks at the front. And these people who are seated at the customer desks are supposed to, they're empowered. They have information. So you can just get the information from there. Yeah.
And as well, we live in interesting times as a country where the Constitution itself pronounces itself in matters to do with gender equality. Yet we know achieving that has been an issue, has been a problem. We know even the retired Chief Justice pronounced himself in this as a judiciary in just making sure that the law is followed, that gender equality is a reality, and that this is also understood by the populace. What are you doing in just making sure, as she says, sensitization is happening, but it is also not as frequent as should be? So how are we bridging that gap? Yes.
Okay. Right. I think as human beings, do as I say rather than do as I do may not always work.
Okay.
So if we make those pronouncements, but the way we behave in court doesn't communicate my care for, especially the victim, they are now called survivors, then they still feel inhibited about true access to justice. We've come a long way. Previously, especially in sexual offenses, rape and defilement would be heard in open court with everyone there listening to all the gory details, and that alone would make the victim feel completely compromised and not say much.
Yes.
Nobody wants to describe what they went through in a sexual attack. And so one of the change in attitude, which we really hope we can communicate to those that come to court, is that now we have adopted a trauma-informed approach, so that even the language that we use the court setup. If we do not, if we are in a region that doesn't have the specialized courts, you clear the court so that it is just the minimum of those that are supposed to be in, the survivor, the perpetrator, the accused person, the prosecutor, and the court assistant and the judicial officer.
Yes.
And then the language that we use. We must be sensitive to the fact that we are Africans, and there are just certain body parts and certain language that doesn't sell. And because initially when the Sexual Offences Act was rolled out, everyone was expected to be as detailed as you can. Now you insist on a child who is saying doo-doo to mean a sexual organ, to say it, they won't.
They won't.
Yes, and so if you want to record that the victim is uncooperative and has not been able to communicate what it is, so we have to be sensitive to those that come to court,
right,
and show that we respect their dignity, we respect their background, we respect their culture.
Yeah. So I mean, Justice, one of the things that I think that commemoration of days must do is to have conversations around emerging and sustained issues within that sector. Now, I remember a conversation that we had with you previously, and talking about these changes that have happened in court to be able to help victims. In this case, now that we call them survivors.
Yes.
So we have had also situations where individuals, knowing full well in their minds that a court or a magistrate or a judge would be sensitive to a survivor, have then used the position to bring about falsehoods. One. Two, a very famous case that we saw just a few weeks ago where a girl actually came and recanted her testimony that had put her father in jail for 20 years. So what positions are the courts taking, are judicial officers taking? Because we know if somebody, and we also look at the social aspects, if somebody cries rape today, our natural inclination is towards that individual, that something has happened to them. But we are seeing more and more. I mean, another in social media just a few days ago when somebody has accused another young man of raping her, and as we start to double click, we find out that maybe that's not the case. How is it being dealt with to be sure that the cases that are coming into court are actually solid, watertight cases?
Thank you. You see, the justice system, the court, it acts like a conveyor belt, because by the time the victim is making a report, the judicial officers are not part of that.
Yeah.
They make a report to the police then carry out their investigations, submit the file to the DPP for advice, and then it's brought to court. So up to that point, perhaps we would not have much. But getting back to what you say, it is a lived reality, especially in defilement cases, where perhaps it was not really defilement, it was more of a girlfriend-boyfriend situation, or things have just gone sour between a couple, and I know that I can use a child to hit at the father. The unfortunate bit about being in a judge or a magistrate is you rely on the evidence that is presented to you. And we know that there are instances where one can manufacture very, very well that it flows. And if I acquit, everyone will think, but what was going on in her head? The evidence is so clear. But what we are doing currently is, I think normally when the public does that, they don't even realize the seriousness of the penalty.
Absolutely.
It is a situation where you think, I'm going to teach him a lesson. He'll be in like a month, and then he'll have suffered enough, And then you realize that this is a statute that carries minimum harsh sentences, running from 15 years, 20 years to life.
Yes.
And that is when it falls on persons that actually we shouldn't have done that. So what are we doing? Exactly, outreaches. Outreaches so that we don't have to sing to the choir. The choir are the women who have been empowered so much to know that If someone so touches you without your consent, run to the police. But we also want to reach out to the men. The boda associations, the matatu operators associations, all the ones that now the men, the boy child in the schools, to sensitize them about certain conduct between themselves and girls or women. And to just let them know that you have to be so careful, because even an innocent touch can easily be used against you.
Absolutely. I mean, I know today of a man who is serving his 19th year in Naivasha because he was in a bar essentially 20 years ago, and he touched a young girl who was serving in the bar. Didn't do anything beyond touching her. So that's the severity that we speak of. But you said something, I think that was interesting, that you said if something happens, you run to the police, right? But today, and I think this is something that we do need to really look at, that in some cases, and even if it is one case, for me, it's one case too many, where a reporting officer is going to ask for a sexual favor in order for them to attend to your case. That's happening today. We've had young women in the studio just a few months ago who said, well, when we take these cases to police, they say, well, you know, how about you sleep with me and then I can attend to your case? This is in the justice system. This is within the system. Because we cannot run away from the players or the actors. It's not just the judiciary. It's not just judicial officers. It's the police. It's investigating officers. It's the office of the DPP. All of this in this system. So who am I running to when I'm going to report and somebody's telling me, well, okay, how about you relive the trauma so that I can help you?
It's very sad, because we live in this country and we know that happens. But what I'm aware of is that the police have also engaged stakeholders. We have what we call gender desks. And this gender desk in each police station is manned by a trained gender-based violence officer. So you'll find a man or a woman. So they have been trained on what is a checklist, what am I looking for, so that the first point of interaction with the victim is this officer who is trained. So they're coming away. I don't work for the police, but I know that they're coming from that position where they were very aggressive, as you say, the examples, to this position where they want to bring justice. There is that justice. You know, you'll find one officer, you know, when you have one rotten egg, makes everyone else rotten. But generally, because we work together with the police in the association, we have a program where Equality Effect has trained police officers, has trained prosecution, and now are training Kenyan judiciary on how to handle victims. So we are hoping, because we live in the hope that in the future, in the next few months, let me not talk about years, we'll have that change. We'll not have women being told to replay their suffering to the policeman who they meet.
Indeed.
So we ask that women go straight to the gender desk, because we have gender desks in each police station.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. The Honourable Jane Kamau and Lady Justice Helen Omondi are our guests this hour, and we're looking at the International Day of Women Judges, really looking towards championing rights, equality, empowerment for all women and girls, and that's the commemoration that we do today. But then looking at these underlying issues that will essentially make this empowerment that we talk about actually come front and centre. We'll take a break at this point and continue with those conversations when we come back after this. It's 28 minutes to 8. A busy Friday morning, but we'll see more outbound traffic from the city than anything else today. We're not dealing with too much in terms of what's coming off of the Thika Superhighway. Just a little bit of that going towards Survey. Also a little bit of traffic that has started to build on the Eastern Bypass. Doesn't look too pretty at this point. It's going to get chunky as you get towards North Airport Road. Out on Huru Highway, coming in from Ombaso Road, and then right there at the Nyayo Stadium roundabout is fine. There's some traffic as you come off the Uhuru Gardens interchange on Langata Road and try to find your way past the barracks, rather in from the barracks and then out towards the interchange and then through towards Nyayo Stadium. You're free there, and it's moving smoothly on Gong Road as well as coming off of Waiaki Way. We're stepping into traffic hour. Let's see how all that develops this morning, and let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up.
The International Day of Women Judges, championing of rights, equality and empowerment for all women and girls. Lady Justice Helen Omondi and the Honourable Jane Kamar are our guests this hour, and looking at some of these issues and really double clicking and saying, okay, so what are the underlying issues that need to be taken care of, even as we commemorate this day and as you fight towards, making sure that those rights are not just entrenched but practiced and protected, as we go through. In adjudication of some of these things that come, what are the challenges that you've been facing so far, hoping to overcome? And I think that's for both of you this morning. What are some of those? We'll start with you.
All right. I sit in the Court of Appeal.
Yes.
So I told you we are a conveyor belt.
Yes.
So what I do not have witnesses.
Yes.
Matters that come before me will have been heard before her,
yeah.
And then we'll have gone to the High Court,
yes.
And then to my court.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't negate the challenges. I've been a magistrate, and I know that, as I told you, because we work within the justice system, there's the question of what you said, police not deliberately doing a shoddy job because one did not cooperate, quote unquote. Two is sometimes medical evidence, which can also be compromised. Three is societal pressure that maybe the perpetrator and the survivor are related, and there's a lot of pressure to compromise, and sometimes there's just threat, including skirting the victim away to some unknown place. So you keep on. So when you keep hearing about delays, there is the question of that delicate balance between the right of the survivor getting justice, meaning getting their case being heard, as balanced with the right of the accused person, who also expects his case to be heard expeditiously. That is one challenge.
Yeah.
Now, number two is just getting society to understand that in vernacular we do not have the word defilement. We have rape. Rape is very clear to everyone.
Yeah.
It's without consent. And when, for me especially, it is when I see an 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old young man charged with defiling his 17-year-old girlfriend, not because he forced her into a sexual relationship, but because they engaged in sexual relations and she has probably gotten pregnant. And now he's charged with defilement because at 17 she doesn't have consent. The saddest part is when there's a baby who is a product. The father, who acknowledges that this is my child, is imprisoned for 20 years. The lady who is supposed to be the complainant is actually not complaining. But you see, in law, I am not the complainant. The state is the complainant. Yeah. And she's probably being pushed by everyone else around her that this must go on. And then they come to court, and that happened a lot when I was in the High Court. And somebody raises her hand up and says, Mimi naomba tu muniachie bwana yangu. I've already been chased away from home because I got pregnant. I embarrassed the family. My child is stigmatized because their father is in jail. And in Kenya, jail is criminal.
Yes.
You're a criminal. And it is sad. We had a case that we thought would have helped because, especially with the Sexual Offences Act, the sentences are mandatory, minimum sentences, and very harsh.
Yes.
We thought we had a window at one time when there was a case known as the Muratetu case, but that was clarified by the Supreme Court that only related to cases relating to murder. And so for me, the biggest challenge and the saddest part and the most painful is when I have to confirm a sentence because, yes, it is an offense, but I wish there was a lighter way of dealing with this.
Allow me to just come in there because then, and we can still come to talk some of the challenges, but the thing about the law is that it looks as though it is that it is in this case cast in stone, and that we don't take into consideration some of these elements that you speak of, and I believe that it was Justice Odunga who has been quite verbal on this matter, saying that, some of these things we have to take into consideration. So that's the question. Does the law allow, as those who essentially decipher the law and then make judgments on it, can such things be taken into consideration? Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. For goodness sake, if you can lock anybody up who takes away that freedom from somebody and throw away the key, by all means. But there are circumstances, again, where sometimes someone like Justice Lenaola says, when we prescribe, we take into consideration all of the things that are happening around before we make a judgment. Mm-hmm. So is there room for discussion of some of these things? Like the woman who raises her hand and says, Tafadhali munyachie bwana angu.
Yes.
Because the situation that they see is not one of a crime. How do you deal with those issues to say that maybe some people were jailed? For example, the woman who had a relationship with a young man who was a border rider, but for all intents and purposes, they had a relationship. Mm-hmm. They loved one another, mm-hmm. but he was 17 and looked like a 30-year-old man. What do you do?
I think there's a window. And the window is actually a pronouncement by the Supreme Court. Even when they made it clear that Murwatetu only related to murder cases, they indicated that for those that have been imprisoned under the other offenses that carry mandatory sentences, they should bring in a constitutional petition, which would start in the High Court, the same way that Murwatetu did. Murwatetu had exhausted all the appeal systems before he so that and we keep saying this when they come to court, because during that time when there was this zeal of applying Murwatetu, most of them decided to abandon any appeal on conviction and only concentrate on sentence. And some of them are not aware that there was a Murwatetu 2 that now changed everything. Mm-hmm. And what then we advise them in court, can as many of you file constitutional petitions in the same spirit of Murwatetu, saying that those mandatory sentences then take away the court's power of discretion in courts considering similar offense but different situations. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that once the High Court makes that pronouncement, if it's in their favor, well and good. If it's not, it follows the chain system until maybe to the apex court that would then now make a pronouncement in the same vein as Murwatetu. So there's that window. Mm-hmm. And each time persons come before us on appeal, we make that known to them both verbally and in our decisions. And we're hoping they'll take it up.
What is a constitutional petition?
A constitutional petition is where one files a complaint in court alleging violation of their constitutional rights. Okay? And then it comes to the High Court, and then one has to specify which rights are being violated. Mm-hmm. Okay, like right to life, freedom of movement. So they'll identify the rights they feel have been violated, and then the court will be able to make a decision, a declaration that there's a violation or no violation. If there is a violation, then that would impact on the kind of sentences there are. And hopefully, after all those pronouncements, that would also impact on legislation, that there would be a need to change that statute.
So we're seeing our judicial system is proactive, huh? Very good.
Oh, yes, yes. We are proactive. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Because I think not wanting to appear as an activists, but we are proactive because we live in this society and we know what happens.
Yeah, I think the issue is that the judiciary, as her leadership says, we are not activists. So you will not see us on the streets. You will not see us advertising ourselves. But we are now embracing sensitization so that people can know what is going on or what we are doing. Sometimes when you're too quiet, you seem like you're not aware of what is going on.
Or you don't care.
Or we don't care. Yes. But we do care. It's just that we have to be seen to be impartial. We cannot take sides. We cannot be seen to be taking placards that women are, this femicide and some, or this, we have to come. You come to us, to the courts.
Actually, let's think about this for a minute. What would happen if
it would be very interesting.
Yes, because I was just thinking. I mean, what would happen
it would be very
if Lady Justice here, with all those interesting things they put on their heads, and the gowns in the street with the placard.
Yes, it will be very.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, what would that look like?
And imagine now, after you find her on the streets, and then you go to court and you find she's all sober. Will you take her seriously?
Yes, I will.
No,
that actually
you're
is
one in a million.
No. That actually is the point. Everything that the judicial system has been doing is to make themselves easy to consume.
Yes.
Meaning you're putting on a human face. There's the law, there's a job we have to do, but we are not beyond reaching.
Yeah.
That has been the message.
Accessibility.
Yes, it's been there. Now, the moment that particular message is passed across, then the fear, because believe me, even at my tender age, judiciary, I hear, my hair stands.
Yeah.
And the reason is because of my lived experience in my youth. Not that I went to jail.
Thank you for clarifying.
But anything that has to do with the judicial system is something that Kenyans want to avoid as much as you possibly can. Yes. But
I think I don't have to do headstands and cartwheels for people to think that I'm human, but we have now made it very clear we are accessible.
Yeah.
That is why we reach out.
Okay.
We no longer sit and wait for people to come and make those complaints. We reach out and have sensitization forums where people mingle with us. They can ask us questions without calling me Mheshimiwa, and just tell us anything, including telling us what we are doing that is wrong. Unlike the past where it was all formal, if you have a complaint, write to the court and stuff like that. There's a whole system of how you must do it. We are embracing more interactions, and that is why we even have the court users committees where various groups are represented and they can communicate that. And that is why we have those open days. And open days is like a market day. You just have your stall and someone comes to say, because we want to be real. And riding on what City says, that is why we know that if we tell you, I think when I was in Homa Bay, we tried an open day at the court. There were about 10 people. Yeah. And you could see them standing by the fence.
They're not sure if they can come in.
Yes. So we realized, go out there. And all you need to do is reach out to one of their leaders. And tell them we would like to do a sensitization on this. And he'll mobilize so that they won't think this is a trap to arrest me.
Right. As well, as we talk about it, there are several issues that you've highlighted throughout the conversation. And as we talk about these issues, there is the matter of budgeting and allocation of funds for you to be able to undertake the exercises that you're taking. Reaching out needs money, yet we know that funds are limited. As well as there is the fact that we have gender desks in police stations that ought to perform well. Some are doing a good job, some unfortunately are lagging behind. How is judiciary making sure that all gender desks, because you talk of a conveyor belt, and a conveyor belt in terms of investigations, how reporting is done, how documentation is done, filing of evidence is really important. So in terms of working together with the police, making sure that no one is lagging behind in making sure that these cases are processed well, and as well as time taken in adjudicating these issues. These are matters that Kenyans are asking. Why would I go to court if I can talk to my mzee wa mtaa and just deal with it at that point? So how do we also ensure that these cases don't end up at the mzee wa mtaa, but is brought to court and justice is dispensed with?
Let me start with the last question. So Article 159 allows us to embrace alternative justice systems. That includes the mzee wa mtaa, that includes elders sitting under a tree like they do in the Maasai land. But there are cases that they cannot be heard under the tree. But as a judiciary, what we do, let me talk about the association because I'm not the official spokesman. We become innovative. We started this conversation with a proverb about the ants unite and their mouths carry an elephant. So as an association, we became innovative and we have reached out to partners because we know we do not have financial muscle to do these things. So we have partners who we have vetted and have been vetted by the judiciary so that there's no conflict, who come and help us to ensure that these programs are rolled out and they're done, and we have checklists on how it's working. For example, I gave an example of one of our partners called Equality Effect.
Yes.
So they have come up with a whole schedule on how they'll start with the police, and they'll do this and this and this. They engage the IG of police to do that. That is separate. Then they have gone to the prosecutors. They have a program, and now they're coming to the judiciary. They have a program. You see, this is one of the partners who is looking at a wholesome judicial system. So partnering with such a person or such an entity helps us as a judiciary. Number two, as Judge said, open days are important. And in the administration of justice, each court, during the budgeting process, currently we are doing the budgets of each court. Each court has what we call an AI holder, who is mandated to hold the accounts of that court. So one of the things in the blueprint of her leadership is that we must be accessible. And one of the items that is in the budget is an open day. Each court must have an open day within the year. And an open day can be interpreted depending on where you are. You're in Lodwar, you go to the market. You're in Kajiado, go under the tree, let people come, go out there, not be within the court and put a tent and write a nice looking banner. So we are accessible through that open day. And we don't go there with our gowns and headgears. If you mingle around in the open day, you'd not know who is a magistrate. We are all in flat shoes. We are all wearing we are all smelling of sweat from walking from one point to another. So we are quite accessible. And Kenyans need to know that the judiciary actually cares.
Right.
It's just that we do not go with the placards. And as an association also, we are divided into regions so that each region, they have their own specific or uniqueness. For example, we have the Nairobi region. It's seen as upscale. Our problems are different from a region in Western. So each region has their own programs. And these programs are to the people. They go to the markets, they go to the prisons. So we are known. And they actually go, for example, I'll give an example of Kajiado where I work. We have a local radio station where we frequent. It's called Buzz Radio. We speak in Maasai all the time. So it's just that the Nairobi team have not heard of such things, but each region has that kind of plan.
Yeah.
So we are accessible.
Yes. And I think maybe just to add on to that, in terms of equipping and empowering, we realize that if you have a constant female face, the men begin to feel like, it's the usual women thing. So we have within our membership, he for she, the men who are actually within the association. And I'll tell you, I had a meeting with them just this week on Wednesday. And one of the activities they have indicated they will undertake as men within the association, so as to give it an inclusive face, is in commemoration of the Women's Day. They will actually reach out now to the boys' schools to sensitize them on proper conduct between themselves and girls, coming from a man's perspective. Yeah.
Right.
And reach out even to the wazees in the mtaa, so that they can then speak to them, to the churches, to the mosques, so that it has that inclusive approach to it.
When you go out, and I think this is all, in line with what we're saying now in entrenching and protecting some of these rights, do you hear about the things that actually happen that don't make it to court? Because we live in a society, whether we want to admit it or not, where there are very many damaged people who are operating under the circumstance of abuse. And I'm not just talking about girls, because here we're talking about, championing the rights of women and girls. There are very many abused men. There are very many abused women. I sit in a group of support for women, and of the 110 women, 63 of them, 63, were either sexually abused by a relative growing up, or even today by somebody with close connectivity for themselves. But the interesting thing is that the last place they think of going
is the court.
Why?
Because they will say it's going to take too long. They don't have the money to start it. They don't have representation. And how are they going to face the shame of standing in front of family members tomorrow to say that you took your uncle or your brother or your father or your whomever to court? Those are real issues that are being dealt with today. How do we handle that? Or the mother who is absolutely going to say no, she will not. In some cases, will blame her daughter and say that you were wayward. Why did they rape you? It sounds terrible, but that is what is happening.
Okay, I think one of the things that as an association we have tried to work around is to encourage getting safe houses so that where survivors can at least get some protection. And the only way that they can even be made to know that there are places where they can go and be safe is by reaching out to them. The other place that the other facility that is available is the witness protection. It's a whole world of things. It comes under the Witness Protection Act and the Witness Protection Program, where even a court may identify that this is a vulnerable witness who needs protection, and needs protection either to be away completely from wherever they are, needs to protection for relocation. So there are those. The only missing thing is that very few people are aware that these exist. And the only way, how will they know if we do not tell them, if we do not communicate to them? They will not. We cannot educate them only in court. We have to go out and tell them. But City and Do and Dennis, we seem to concentrate on sexual offences and femicide. But there are other instances where women are also disadvantaged.
Yes.
Especially in issues to do with succession,
land,
property, land. Yeah. We have very beautiful legislations that protect, but that is on paper. Yeah. In actual fact, the woman still remains the perpetual outsider, whether she remains in her parents' home or is married. You know, even when you are married, you are still the outsider. Yeah. So we need to reach out even to inform women on those, what are their rights, and to just let them know that there is no property in a body. So you don't have to have a body remain in a morgue for 3 years, all because you are contesting where it's going to be buried, because you think that where the body is buried will determine what you inherit. Yeah. But you see, many of our women are not aware of that. So we need to reach out to them. The only challenge in that is that when you put it in black and white, lazima niulize mzee kama naweza kuja hapo, because mzee might be thinking you're going to poison their minds. But there's a whole world of things out there that need to be, certainly SGBV and GBV, and there's also OGBV, online. Take center stage because of just the wide scale in which it is done, and the very heinous ways that sometimes it's done in. Sure. But there are also these everyday issues that need to be dealt with.
Justice, you both talked of partners.
Yeah.
Do you partner with religious organizations?
Oh, yes, we do. And partnering with religious organizations doesn't even need budgeting, because if I'm a member of a church, all I need to do is indicate to my pastor.
You know why I ask? Some of these very touchy social issues.
Yes.
It has been found that religious organizations tackle them better.
True.
Because there's a trust. What's the opposite of deficit? Credit. There's a trust credit that religious organizations tend to have with people, and the things they put across are listened to far more.
Yes.
I say this because the issue bedeviling women, whether it is succession, whether it's violence, the women don't perpetrate violence on themselves. It is men who perpetrate this violence. And the people they are most likely to listen to beyond their own family are religious leaders.
True.
Yes.
True. And that's why I said we embrace Article 159, which talks about alternative justice systems. I'll give you a scenario where in Nakuru there is an alternative justice system, and it is spearheaded by the religious. So that they sit somewhere and people come with their problems and they listen and make determinations. And the determination they make will come back to court as a report, and the court will adopt that as a judgment, and it concludes the matters quickly. So religious leaders are very important. Also in the court users committees, which court must have, each court must have CUC.
Yes.
Religious leaders form part of that. So we're encouraging, instead of you coming straight to court, not because we do not want to work, we are willing to work, but we are saying that there are many other avenues which cases can be concluded faster and properly, except the sexual matters. Succession can be concluded properly under a tree. And once it is concluded properly under a tree, unfortunately also, we have to be aware that, for example, the Maasai, the elders will sit under the tree. Most of the elders are men. I'm a woman, I've gone to say that I've not inherited, but I'm talking to the men who are adjudicating. So there must be a balance also. So what I'm saying is that we acknowledge that the religious and any other person who we have vetted as a judiciary, because they are vetted, because you can have rogue pastors giving the wrong information.
Yes, this is true. So there's no shortage of those.
Yes, they have to be vetted before they form that dispute resolution mechanism.
But to be fair to the Maasai, at least I know the Maasai of Olposmoru, that's up in the Mau. I worked with them when I was then a magistrate, and just when I joined the High Court. They have worked with a group known as Landesa. Landesa deals mainly with land issues, and Landesa did a great sensitization. They actually have women as elders. They've incorporated them.
Yes.
So I think it is all about reaching out to say that women can also make decisions.
Yes.
Women can also understand these issues. But you see, if I'm doing it as a woman, telling them, it will not work. Perhaps when another man tells them, then it would.
Well, I mean, there are many layered conversations that are still happening, discussions, issues that need to be taken care of, and we must continue to discuss them even as we do. What would be your message on this? Coming up to International Women's Day tomorrow, but then also, of course, today, looking at the International Day of Women Judges. What is your message, Honorable Kamau, and yours as well, Lady Justice Omondi, as we get to the end of this conversation?
Okay, I'll first say that it is important for all our children who are girls to be lawyers.
Oh, okay.
That's one. Because when you're a lawyer, you have a better place to study the law and know your boundaries, negotiate better. And unfortunately, the African culture says that when you educate a woman, you educate the whole community, which is good. So when you're a lawyer and you're a woman and you're in that community, you bring good to the family. I'm not saying any other profession is not good, but lawyers are good. So what I'm saying is that we are going to celebrate Women's Day with our partners, with our men, because they're also important in the society. But we are saying that women also they are vulnerable, and we need our own day to celebrate these achievements.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'll go back to City's proverb, and my parting shot is that together we can transform. So in celebrating and commemorating the Women's Day tomorrow, I'm appealing to all of us as Kenyans, as human beings, to join our hands together to transform this country, this society, into a better place for everyone, where everybody's dignity is intact.
Thank you very much for joining this conversation today, even as we commemorate the International Day of Women Judges and get into International Women's Day tomorrow. The Lady Justice Helen Omondi, Court of Appeal Judge and President of the International Association of Women Judges, as well as Honorable Jane Kamau, Principal Magistrate and Vice Secretary of the International Association of Women Judges. Thank you for being here on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Asante sana.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 5 minutes after 8.
Spice up your life. 102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This new year, discover something new every day on your StarTimes decoder. Buy an aerial decoder plus 1 month free classic subscription at 1,399 shillings to enjoy the magic of African stories on ST Swahili, AMC Movies and ST Nollywood. Or a dish decoder plus 1 month free super bouquet subscription at 3,199 shillings only to watch heartwarming dramas that bring you closer on Novella E+, Remo TV Plus and Star Life. Experience the thrill of live sports on La Liga and Bundesliga on ST Sports Premium and ST World Football. Buy your StarTimes decoder today from our business halls countrywide. To renew your subscription today, dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for assistance. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 8 o'clock. It's the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on the 7th day of March. It's Friday and our last conversation for the week. We've had some, interesting deliberations from Monday till now and continuing to make sure that what we do is put some of these issues front and center. That's why we're here. We're doing it every weekday and Even as we do, we continue with these conversations every day. Our live streams are up on Facebook, on YouTube, and on X, and we continue with our audience on KTN this morning. Many things are buzzing in the country, and we're having some of those conversations this hour. Even as we do, CT, you've been telling us about how to get a mortgage, haven't you?
Yes, I am. And I'm saying I know how you can get a mortgage because Diamond Trust Bank know how to give mortgages.
Okay.
And this is what they're saying. This thing that keeps people awake at night wondering how to go about, they have a solution. And the solution lies in a conversation that you as an individual can have with them regarding, one, the resources you have at your disposal. That's number one. Two, them telling you what it is that is on offer and how you can go about getting it. And they're saying it doesn't matter whether you are employed, whether you are self-employed, whether you are in the diaspora. No. Loans, 10 years, 25 years, single-digit interest rates, 9%, 9.75. No hidden charges. No penalties if you pay ahead of schedule. My friend, the possibility of getting a loan of up to 105%. If you're employed, 80% of what you require if you're in the diaspora. Look, these are the things that conversations are made of.
It doesn't get better than this.
No, and the only way you have a conversation is if you talk to someone, you communicate with someone. In this modern day and age, the communication age, you can send a message. How? Email. mortgages@dtbafrica.com. Email. Send that email, and then the conversation begins. Or walk yourself to a Diamond Trust branch and have this conversation. At least begin it. That is, of course, if you want to buy a house or own a home.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
And there you go. All right. Stepping into some conversations that we're having this morning, let's take a look at what has been happening over the last couple of days. Yes, we know that when you look at the very furniture of government, that there's certain things that are supposed to be happening. And then sadly, when they don't, what you do is you have a lot of backlash. But things seem to be simmering and things seem to be coming to a boiling status. I mean, how much can you really take? And when you get to the point when you have to really ask that question, that proverbial one, that really how much is too much. And the things that we see on a daily basis, whereby you're saying that people have been traveling around to the tune of 6.6 billion shillings. But then let's look at what really happens when you come out and playing into the politics of the day. In Parliament, we've seen that a number of people have been removed from particular committees because of where their alliance lay with certain individuals, and others, of course, because of where their alliance currently is, have been replaced in those positions. Now, it's called a bloodbath on the government side of Parliament. President William Ruto and opposition leader Raila Odinga have chosen to elevate their homeboys at the expense of dissenters. The loyalist MPs will now chair and sit in lucrative committees with opposers confined as members in nondescript units. This is in Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, and that's what's being carried this morning, because we're asking questions and to say, the National Assembly and Senate make up the two houses of Parliament.
Yes.
Right? And we know that there are jobs that they have to do. When we are looking at parliamentarians, we're looking at the roles of representation, we're looking at the roles of legislation and the roles of oversight. More often than not, oversight falls within Senate. These are the two. It's a budget-making parliament, and we're talking about laws that are then now put into place, acts, bills, and such. They are representing the people that you go out and you say, look, this is what you guys need. Let me take our needs to parliament, and then we go to the vote. We say, fine, we've given you the vote. Please go and represent the people of Tamu, for example. Okay?
It's actually Moroni, yes, constituency.
Moroni constituency, but you know we like Tamu.
Tamu, yeah.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying with great clarity, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, far be it from the minds of people to think that now that we have given these individuals these jobs to go and do for us in Nairobi, when you go to Parliament thrice a week and represent us, and then you come back to the constituency, far be it that we thought that it was going to be jostling. We didn't think that you were going to sit there and that, seats were up for grabs because of your personal expediency. And then what makes the headlines is not that the bills and the legislation that has been put in place is what is taking center stage, but who was on the right side of rain with the former deputy president, or who is on the right side of rain today with the coalition for all intents and purposes, a new handshake may be in the offing as from today, the 7th of March. And I'm asking the question today, have we lost our way? When we look at what is actually supposed to be done, look, politics must have its place when it comes to how governance and leadership is worked out. Politics has a part to play in all of this. But when we see a place where the politics of the day has taken over the position of the role of those individuals, then we have a major problem. Because you know what that means? As CT always says, you're not going to ask questions. You're not going to do investigations. You're not going to hold people to account. You, as the person who may be doing something wrong, is not even going to imagine or expect that somebody's going to hold you accountable. So it looks as though there's a circus. This one is not just passing through town. This one has parked its caravan and it's not going anywhere.
Do you know, today our parliament looks as though it is a choir that is following what the choir master is saying, you know? Like you sing treble. When he says treble, go up, you go up. There is anyone who decides to go outside what the choir master is saying destroys the entire tune. You know what I mean? That is what our parliament is today. Because even if you look at the members who are being removed from these from these committees, let's go back and look at their performance in those committees. You look at someone like Ndindi Nyoro, he's been stellar at the budget committee. Today we are replacing him with who? And why are you replacing him? Are you replacing him because he failed at delivering in that committee, or are you replacing him because apparently he has decided not to be a yes sir kind of person? And what exactly does this yes sir kind of person do to the National Assembly in terms of checking the excesses in government? Today we know the sole purpose of the National Assembly is to legislate. All these members of parliament who are there, how many legislations have they taken to that parliament? Let us start looking at their delivery in these houses and be able to call them out. Because thing is, they might decide to be yes men, but we as the people of the Republic, we will check you out.
What happened to the roles? For example, when the Auditor General, and she actually said this the last couple of days, when the Auditor General comes up with a report, by the way, just for everybody's information, this is not the first report that the Auditor General has come up with, okay? Yeah. Auditor General reports come out quite often. They do. And if there are any queries that have been raised, she does, the Office of the Auditor General does those reports, and the queries then are raised. It becomes part of the support, part of the report. But it is not the job of the Auditor General to then make suggestions or then make recommendations as to what should happen. What she does is says, you know what, I've told you, I have shown you all of this down to the letter. It now remains your job as Parliament to take it up. She doesn't even suggest what taking up is. She doesn't even say, oh, now go and investigate or start asking questions. No. She just says, this is it. What does that tell you? That it is well understood the role that Parliament has to do some of these things. Now, if you don't take it up, one must then ask, do you then know what it is that you're supposed to be doing? It would appear as though now what we do have here is that folks in concert waiting for the choir master to, conduct the next tune. But for something like this, in my opinion, Parliament has no other business but to find out some of these things that we're being asked in terms of what's going on. No other business. Yeah. If you're going to ask something so critical as what happens to the healthcare of the people of Kenya, and you have a direct role in finding out what has happened, who owns the thing, where did the money go, and you don't, because I can bet you, do you see, CT, do you see really, Parliament, your friends, do you see them? Do you see them picking up this thing from the Auditor General and saying, let's have a look at what the Auditor General is saying? And if, by God, we find that anybody has done anything untoward, heads must roll. Do you see anybody taking that position today from Parliament? I repeat, your friends.
The question that is actually in my mind is how did Parliament get to be a corpse? How did our
shell?
Yes. How did they get there? What happened? Because every once in a while, what maybe constitutes a contrarian view is a whimper, or even a whisper. Let's say a whimper is louder than a whisper. The only change that we will see is if one arrives at the understanding of what it is that brought about the situation that we currently have, and whether other members of Parliament who are not in those positions take over, whether they will change. Our lived experience as Kenyans is that people say one thing when they're out of power and they say a completely different one when they're in power, or in close proximity to it. I'm putting it as simply as I can.
Okay.
So with this new handshake, it means there'll be people whose party will be in close proximity to power. And because of that, you are asking the question, will we see them behaving the way they behaved when they were not in power? And will they hold the same position that they held before? My goodness gracious me, that is a very simple question to answer. That is, if it was an exam, it's the easiest exam to pass. Are we saying that the self-interest that political leaders have will diminish if this happened? It won't. If anything, it will go up. So why on earth would they tip the apple cart when the manner in which people accrue benefits is a well-trodden path? We see it. Hence, the headline to this paper. Rewarding, yes, man. See, it's not misplaced. It's apt, it's appropriate, it gets to the heart of the matter. But then, let's pause for a single second. We also see coming into play here something that we actually don't have or haven't had, but the formation of it. We talked about it earlier, off-air. We spoke about it a little bit during the newspaper review. The formation of coalitions in Kenya. And what it means. We've never had them. So we entered this whole discussion with a mindset of what we've had before. Opposition, okay, and those who are in power, isn't it? And even when we were in the opposition, there was mention of, say, a shadow cabinet. And one would see the movements here and there, but nothing significant. But our idea and our model of a coalition follows the patterns of what we had when we had a single party system. You do not oppose the single party system. You don't say anything contrary.
It's against practice, essentially.
It's absolutely no. Actually, it's suicidal. You see, against practice simply means that there's a difference of opinion.
So, if you oppose the order of the day, and no, I'm not saying order in terms of an announcement that has been given. I'm saying order in the way things are done.
The order of things.
If you oppose the order of things, essentially, what you do is that you commit political suicide, because the either one will be removed from a position, because there it is, 6 individuals on this front page of the Standard, for example, been moved. You then and then what it does, so long as that order remains in power, you essentially will never make your way to the forefront of things again.
You see, but no.
Unless, of course,
you start singing.
You sing a different tune.
That may not necessarily help you, because if you look at the formations of our coalitions, what is it that happens? 2 individuals agree. Okay. When they agree, they bring their party and their affiliates together. With this movement, there will be movement even in the alliance that we call UDA. We already there will be movement. We are already seeing movement in other parties. Remember, other parties can find ways of joining the coalition that is in the government. There will be movement. Because, again, our lived experience and our practice of politics is that everybody wants to be in close proximity to the government. That is our practice. But let me take it a step further. If I look at the discussion around what it is that Parliament is supposed to do, our practice, again, is Parliament, which is composed of members of Parliament. The members of Parliament do what the political party they belong to wanted them to do. Okay? So, the issue of independence, or the independence of the party, or rather of Parliament, is something that is aspirational. If the political parties that are represented have members who, let me rephrase it. The members of political parties who are in Parliament will more or less sit still and wait for the cue from whoever it is that they consider the leader as to the direction they must take. But the overriding principle in all this is benefit.
But CT, this is the thing, and I hear, because that's the practice. But what irks me, the thing that you went to that house to do.
That's where you are.
That gets lost after
The
election.
thing that actually no, it doesn't.
Am I talking to somebody? Because I mean, I'm just getting into a preacher.
You would think that you elect that person to go and represent you.
Yes,
really? Who says?
Shock on you.
What? Why? You will give the impression you're representing, most definitely. And there are individuals who very vigorously and very energetically actually represent their. But the problem is statistically, it's such a small number, they're almost inconsequential.
Yeah.
Yes, insignificant.
You know, today, as all these conversations are happening, the Auditor General's report, I was expecting yesterday in Parliament we'd have a special motion to discuss that report.
Thank you.
I was expecting that yesterday members of Parliament would sit down and say, we need to first of all know who owns this share. We need to know these 104 billion shillings that is being discussed. Where did it come from? Where is it? How much are the owners of this SHA system getting? And why are they getting that money? Why is it that SHA is not working as expected? And why didn't we take this SHA through public participation or a pilot process as should have been done? But what were they discussing yesterday? Oh, you know, we've been seeing these headlines and we need to crack the whip and we need to make all these changes to make sure that, yes, people are close to power.
I was expecting that we would have more people like, you know, in the Senate, like Edwin Sifuna and Okeyo Tata, who actually stood up to say, just tell us once and for all if this whole thing is a scam and let us put it to bed, or if we're going to take it to the court of arbitration and see what is supposed to happen. I was expecting that a house that is going to be, and I know City's looking at me like, oh, you poor naive child. I was expecting that a house whose duty is tripartite in the sense of representation, legislation, and oversight would have stood up after the Auditor General's report, just like you're saying, and said, excuse me, stop the train. What exactly is going on? Because it's an example of what you're supposed to be doing every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday when you go. It is an example of what you're supposed to be doing when you retreat to your constituency over the weekend and stay there until Monday. It is an example of how you should be saying, let nothing else move unless we sort out this issue. That your sick cannot be treated, that your children cannot be educated, that your infrastructure is on its knees, that you have so many things that are going wrong, that you have corruption left, right, and center, that we come and report things on a daily basis when you come and say, okay, now governors have spent 6.6 billion shillings on joy rides, and it is okay. In what warped, upside down universe is it okay? And then you have the CS for education who is actually complaining. It's a story that's in today, and he says, you know what, guys, we are trying. We are trying to get the last bit of money that we need to send for capitation. I don't know. Is it possible? Is it possible that we are all existing in this same vortex of madness?
Yes, it is possible that we all exist here. You see, why you see me looking as dour as I'm looking is because we keep talking about solutions, but we haven't even identified comprehensively the problem.
Yes.
We talk about aspects of the problem, and half the time when we talk about the problem, we're talking about the symptoms of the problem, not the problem itself. You see, what is it that we're trying to cure? Or what is it that we are seeking to cure? What is it that we are hoping that our members of parliament will help us cure? What is it? Because if it's knowledge of what is wrong, we do have knowledge of what is wrong. We do have
the knowledge, yes.
If we know what ought to be done, we do know. Now, what is it that appeals to these members of parliament so much so that they even risk not being re-elected? Because the people you represented know when they're not being represented.
Yeah.
Okay? And as sure as I'm sitting on a chair, come the election, they will speak to you very clearly.
Do you think people realize that it's actually a good thing to do your job and do it well?
Yes.
The benefits...
Up to a point.
The benefits of this position that you've been given by the people, that they have now, the sovereign have given you and said, okay, fine, on our behalf, you do it. Do you think that there's a realization of actually doing this job and doing it well that gives you much more benefits untold than this horse trading dog and pony show that we are seeing? Who am I aligned to? Who should I then make sure that I'm playing my cards right? Because it's for you and this little circle of merry men here. It has nothing to do with the 50 million people who are looking at you and hoping that you do your job properly. That when you get there, you're there for yourself. When will we realize that you actually, everybody talks about moving the country forward, fixing this and fixing the other thing, but do we ever actually realize that if you, in that little enclave in which you've been given, if you actually do what it is that you were meant to do, it's the ant, is it not the ant? It's the ant. It's the ant who realizes that me in my constituency of Ndu, your constituency of Aseto, your constituency of CT, you have been given this role of representation, oversight and legislation. You do your part, we come together, we slay the dragon. To me, it makes sense.
Are we as Kenyans, have we as Kenyans considered the possibility of overhauling the way we understand our politics?
You know what, Thank you, are a seer.
Thank you, City.
You are a seer. Because that was my next question. And maybe that's the question that we pose to people today.
Yes.
Is it time that Kenyans now, like the ant, came together to slay this elephant and say, you know what? Get out. If you cannot do it, we remove you and bring people who can. Is it time? And maybe that's the question that we ought to ask people this morning.
That is the question, Ndu, because at the end of the day, we will sit and always complain about the people in these houses. But then again, it falls back on us. It is us to make the decision to say, enough is enough, sir. You did not serve us. Go home.
Give somebody else a chance.
Give other people an opportunity to serve us as espoused in the Constitution, who will meet our needs. Because this circle cannot continue anymore. It cannot continue, because that means next 5 years again, we are back here talking about the same people doing the same thing that they've been doing all through. We cannot continue like that. The onus is on us as the citizens to drain the swamp.
Yeah, to drain the swamp. That's very well put. A couple of years ago, there's something that Ndu said that, and she repeated over time.
Habit as a proverb. Continuity.
Yes, no, what she said is this: when will Kenyans be fed up, sufficiently fed up? Because if you keep entertaining something that is harming you, then you're not really tired of it.
Do you like it?
There's something about that you like. So let's ask the question, what is it? Because you like suffering. You enjoy being punished. You enjoy going hungry. You enjoy having a situation where you can't even determine whether the child is going to go to school. Is it what you like? Do you like looking at death in the face every time you think of falling sick? Do you like it? Because if you are not doing something about the person whom you elected to do this work for you, if they're not doing it for you, then what are they doing?
You like it.
Then you clearly like it.
You do.
So stop complaining. Though complaining is nice. You know why? It's a catharsis of sort. You complain, you feel good. And if you can blame a few people just along the way and maybe insult.
Even better.
Yeah, and then if you can find the right words to insult people by, you feel so much better. But for how long?
Yes.
Until the next time? And then your blood pressure keeps rising up. The next thing you know, you'll rupture blood vessel.
Yeah.
And then what happens? That same hospital you're complaining about, who you need to go to.
That's our question for this morning, and that's what we're asking. You're going to call in and talk to us, and we're going to sample your comments on socials this morning. 0719-012-600. Is it time Kenyans took their sovereignty back and started to ask questions and started to move those out who actually are not fulfilling those roles of representation, of legislation, and of oversight? 0719-012-600. That's the number we'll use when we come back from this break, and it's our conversation this Friday. Is it time to get rid of that leadership that doesn't serve you? It's 26 minutes to 9.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Not too crazy a Friday morning, just a little bit of traffic here and there coming off of a thicker superhighway. It still just continues right around Survey and then getting into the CBD. Let's take a quick look at what is coming off of Ombaso Road, and I think we'll do okay until we get to that nook just before the Nyayo Stadium roundabout and then out towards Uhuru Highway, which by the way will take you into the CBD. A-okay, no problems whatsoever. All right, so yeah, apart from that, the Eastern Bypass looks good. Some traffic then coming right around the AP Training College and then out towards North Airport Road. Apart from that, I think we're doing all right. Let's keep taking a look at what traffic looks like this Friday morning, sliding into the weekend, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 25 minutes to 9 o'clock, our conversation continues this morning. Ndu, CT and Dennis with you this morning on Kenya's Biggest Conversation, and just a number of things that have been happening that I feel, sometimes that folks are standing, it's a strange thing, but I feel like folks are standing in this shallow water. The raft that's going to get you to the next point is just over there. The shore is just behind you. You can take a step, but it's like you're stuck. There's some mud there that doesn't allow you to move. And why can't you move? Things that should be done optimally. I mean, we keep having this conversation. People came to benchmark in Kenya. Others benchmarked here, used Kenya. But then why can't you move from one place to another? And then we give the example, or we say, you know what? Well, at least Kenya is better than. At least Kenya doesn't have internal conflicts. Well, at least you have. Yeah, that's great. But to what standard are you putting yourself? To what standard are you placing yourself? In what light, or in whose light are you saying, I must shine to this?
Yeah.
And so when you see that these things, the same pattern has happened over and over. You see this thing that we see here? Rewarding yes men? It's not new.
Yeah.
It happened in the last administration. It happened in the administration before that.
But it happens the world over.
So what are we talking about? It happens the world over indeed, CT, but then there are some jurisdictions where this is happening. The politics of the day are happening, but the systems underneath the skeleton that form the thing for allow this thing to happen are happening. They're working.
You know what I find strange, is this thought that I'm about to speak of has been inspired by what you said about what we say regarding, well, we were this and people copied this. Okay. If they've gotten there and we haven't, and they got the wherewithal from us, surely, where did we keep the wherewithal? In which shelf is it? Can we not dust it and pick it up again? When we were having this discussion with the CS for Trade yesterday, talking about industrialization and what have you, these conversations give me a heartache and a headache. And I'm going to explain why. The heartache and the headache is this. We had institutions in this country that were set up specifically to achieve this whatever we're discussing yesterday. Yes. Let's start with agriculture. There was Agricultural Finance Corporation.
Yes, AFC.
The purpose was to what? Help farmers who want to do all these farming things. There was Agricultural Development Corporation. You hear of ADC farms, where you could go to learn how these things are actually done. There were government projects, for example, where you go and learn for example, you see ADC, huge things. People like, they were called Kari then, we now call them Kalro, could go there, whether you're talking about livestock, whether you're talking about
seeds,
whatever it is, Then let's come into commerce. There was Kenya Industrial Estate. They took it further. They even had places in the major towns where you could go to. It was their center. The understanding was that they would work with you as a small business person and help you grow. And there was a cap on the sort of finances they could afford you. When you went beyond that and you went to get what we now call industrial, you went to ICDC. Okay?
Yeah.
It was set up specifically. You know what ICDC did? ICDC invested in very many government projects. For instance, in the hospitality industry, there was something called African Tours and Hotels. It was a chain of hotels. There was Kenatco. It was a transport company.
Right.
Okay?
Good old days.
There were, by the way, the list is long as to and into the investments that ICDC made. What you've heard of Uchumi?
I have.
That was ICDC. Okay?
Yeah.
So, indeed, when people tell you we're ahead of the curve, we were ahead of the curve. What happened to ICDC? It was cannibalized, it was robbed. People suddenly owned assets of ICDC, owned hotels. That model that built it and that enabled us on that path is the same model that China and Japan use. There is no major corporation, and of course Korea, there is no major corporation that the government doesn't have a little bit in it. None.
The people who supported these things that you're talking about, they were in Kenya?
They were Kenyans.
They're Kenyans.
The people who made sure that those things succeeded?
They were Kenyans.
Kenyans.
Okay.
They were Kenyans.
Okay. What happened?
Now, I came to the end, as in cannibalized, and suddenly you would find properties that you knew were owned by ICD, suddenly individuals owned them. And the interesting thing was some of these individuals, if you look at the details, they had been CEOs of ICDC. So you ask, okay, we see. And all that went up in smoke. But everything that was needed to take us to what economically we refer to the takeoff stage, we had, and we had been working on it. The people who were benchmarking knew what they were benchmarking. It was working, you could see.
Yeah.
The infrastructure that we now call the service industry, the tourism industry, what did we do? We took it further. The Swiss even built us a college.
Yes.
People from this continent and elsewhere would come to train here. Okay? This list is it's a walk along memory lane, but it goes on and on and on and on. This newness of things that we're talking about, there is nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
These things exist, not existed, exist. The thinking exists. The will to make the changes doesn't.
You see, City, when you talk about ICDC, I give you a personal example. My old man worked in a certain institution that was private, but ICDC had a stake in it. That means government had a stake in it.
Right.
You know? And individuals who sat in the boards of ICDC collapsed. But what did they do? They came up with a consortium that ended up buying this institution that was part of ICDC.
Individuals.
You know, individuals.
But they first collapsed ICDC.
Yes, they collapsed ICDC first. And you see this specific firm that I'm talking about had tentacles, Eldoret, that would serve entire Rift Valley all the way to Kisii. We're talking about 5-6 companies that was under ICDC that is now collapsed. But individuals are taking these companies. Now, when we sit today and talk about the infrastructure that was a model for many other countries, it does exist. But do we have the political will to ensure that these structures are in place and you're moving forward?
And to get it done, let's start taking some of your calls that are coming in this morning, and we're finding out from so are we at the point where we're saying, you know what, guys, if this thing is not working, those that you've given your sovereignty to be able to sort it out for you, is it time you ask them to step down and get in others? We're speaking to Eddie this morning. Hello, Eddie, good morning. Hello. Hello, Eddie, good morning.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer Eddie Banda. I'm calling from Kilifi County.
Yes. What are your thoughts on what we're speaking about this morning, Eddie?
First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate you people for the good work you are doing in synthesizing the government.
Asante sana.
Sasa kile naweza kuambia mnafanya kazi nzuri, because the Kenyans, the entire Kenyans are the people who spoiled everything.
Yes.
For the future of this country. You look at a situation whereby mtu ananyakua ardhi, assets, and he leaves it there. No any development is being done. I've seen what is affecting the country, and you are talking it well, that Kenyans have lost direction. We have been blessed with a good country, the entire population. But at the end of the day, we don't have leaders, because this is very bad. That's why when we are seeing the Americans are cutting the aid, it is a wake-up call to the Africans, so that they can manage their resources well. Let's take, for example, now they are taking people to go to slavery work in Asia, Arabuni. We have been that recently. I saw people demonstrating in Narok about their nganos. So you get two people are importing what we call nganos here, and they wanaweka shayana ya sukari ni they branded to Mia Sugar and Mia Sugar. Why are they doing that? And even for their gain, this could create employment in the rural areas whereby these young people could become farmers and be paid.
So, Eddie, what do you think would actually need to happen? Because we can see where things should be. What do you think needs to happen today with your voice as a Kenyan?
No, what is happening, madam, it has become a trend under the day, because once corruption is still there, it's not easy for something to be done. Because you know how Kenyans are. Let's take for example.
I want to hear from you quickly so that we can hear from other people as well, Eddie, this morning, is that, we're asking the question this morning, is it time that those that we've given the role to do the job that can't do the job, then give it up for somebody else to try?
Anyway, are you getting me, madam? In short, it is upon us. We need to change this country through a revolution, especially to the way the young Gen Z did it, so that people could be. But at the end of the day, if we still have these people, we are wondering, because some of them, they are in a position, and the way they are, I don't know what to call friends, ukiangalia hali yao ya masomo, integrity is very questionable.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's take some more calls this morning. Tuned in from Changamwe is Bernard. Hello, Bernard. Good morning.
Good morning, madam. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you this morning?
We are fine. I'm calling from Mombasa, Changamwe, and very, very happy about your topic today. What you are bringing across is very important, and I would wish that those people who put this.
Thank you very much. But what I'm going to ask you, Bernard, to do is please turn down the volume on your radio so that we can get you clearly. All right, in the meantime, let's take another call this morning. Tuned in from Machakos. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well today. How are you?
Mimi nimekasirika sana.
Kwani?
Sasa I am over here listening to some few radio stations, kuna entertainment, but we are here discussing very serious and boring things.
Okay.
Yes. Unajua, Wakenya, we don't really care about vitu zingine. We only care about money in our pockets. Kama naweza lipa pesa ya hospitali, why do I care about the government hospital? If I can drive that high rider that doesn't care about the state of the road, why do I care about what the government is doing? Do you get my point?
I get your point.
Yeah. If I can afford to go to Aga Khan Hospital, why should I care about anything else? If I can afford to take my child to the private school that doesn't need capitation, why should I care? See, Kenyans only care about money. We don't care about our future. If I have money in my pocket, then I'm okay.
And can that change?
It's going to take a miracle. Ask City. He has been around for a while. He's going to tell you that it's going to take a miracle to change that mentality from the Kenyan people.
We have to say thank you.
We don't feel like we deserve the good things. We only deserve the things that we can afford. That's it. That's where we are right now as a country.
I hear you on that, Chris. I hear you. And if anything, even if it's not, sharing a solution, that sentiment speaks volumes. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
I was being sarcastic, by the way.
I get you completely, and that's why I said it speaks volumes.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Chris. Let's hear also from Blackwater in Mombasa. Blackwater, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Very well. How have you been?
I've been good. I see our guy moved up to a different station, but it's all good. Progress is always good.
We keep it moving, indeed. What are your thoughts this morning?
My thoughts today, right? I was having a conversation with a very close friend of mine, right? And it was basically became an argument in one way or the other because he told me, listen, one thing we have to accept, Kenya is a tribal country. And when we say democracy, there's no one form of democracy. So what's happening in Kenya is our form of democracy, whereby me and you are now working. I kick you out. I bring somebody else in. Let's sit down and work. That's our form of democracy. And we have to accept it at some point because otherwise this is what's going to be. Because like the other man said, CT has been there for how many years? He's a young old man. And he's still the same thing. So we have our own form of democracy and we have to accept it and see how we can work using this democracy.
I hear you on that, Blackwater, and that is it's a sentiment that has to push. All right. Thanks for sharing your thoughts this morning. Let's take some other calls. Good morning, Wanjiro.
Hello.
Hello, Wanjiro. Good morning.
Good morning.
Share your thoughts with us this morning.
My sentiment is the generation that built the ICDC, is the generation that broke it. Because these are the same people that went and the Tomboya lift, they came back with the ideas, they built the system, but they also saw their cronies eating. And if they're not the generation that broke it in the 70s and 80s, it is the children they raised that broke it. We are corrupt to our core. And we have to fix corruption within ourselves before we expect better of the leaders, because we are electing leaders from the same people that are corrupt. Those are my sentiments.
Well,
we need to fix ourselves.
Indeed, heavy ones, but definitely ones worth hearing. Thanks so much for your call this morning, Wanjiro. Asante sana. Let's also hear from Patrick, who's calling in from Nairobi as well. Patrick, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, talk to us about what you feel. Well, we're very well this morning. Well, to a certain extent, I guess. But also, tell us what you think about what we're discussing this morning.
Yeah, I would like to say that politicians are a reflection of society. They don't come from a bubble. So our value systems, their morality, is a reflection of us. And if we go back and look at how we founded our nation, the founding fathers of this nation, what value systems did they put in place? Was it impunity that they founded the country on? Was it the plunder of land? Is that the foundation that they created for us? And when we talk about a change in leadership, whoever we choose will come from this very same society. We are corrupt to the core, we are self-centered, but this is a culture that was inculcated from the founding fathers. So what do we need? We need a Traore moment. Someone with a Pan-Africanist vision, real love for the country, real patriotism. They bundle that word patriotism, but patriotism is love for country, putting country first, and having a vision for the country or the nation that you want to build, not building yourself and how much wealth you can amass. But we have made also politics very lucrative in terms of gains, financial gain. Look at a country like China. Politics will invite people who really have love for country because it's not lucrative. But where are we?
It starts with us. It starts with us.
People who we put in. Yes, it starts with us. These politicians, these I'm sorry to use this word, but these mediocre politicians within parliament, we put them there. We put them there, and now we're complaining. So we need a paradigm shift. And first, discuss what are the values that we want to identify us as Kenyans with. There has to be a value system, just the same way China changed its trajectory within 20 years because they had to have a plan of what country they want, what kind of a citizen they want. And they did it. China was a third world country.
Indeed, Patrick. I want to get sentiments from other people this morning, but it's very clear what we're saying. And thanks for sharing your thoughts with us this morning, Asante.
Thank you so much and do great work.
Asante Sana. Also, let's hear from Wanjohi. Wanjohi, good morning. Tuning from Ombaso.
Good morning, Joe and company.
Good morning.
No, I don't know. There is nothing we can say now because I think we have sunk so deep in the sewage of everything. Kenya is not the Kenya we know anymore. The period of 60 years and the Moi's rule of 23 years, that was the worst part of this country. Now we have sunk even beyond that by products of Moi, because the current president is a product of Moi, the YK, I think it was YK 27 or 92, whatever it was. So I think Kenyans need to take the initiative themselves. Just as the city said, we have to be ants and we have to take the elephant out. Kenya cannot continue like this. That somebody after promising people heaven has taken people to hell and still has the audacity to stand in front of people. You give 20 million shillings, whereas Kenyans don't even have a shilling to put on the table. Teachers, schools are closing because of capitation. Nurses, you name it. There's a whole host of so many things. I saw somebody on one of the stations saying that there was 250 promises that were made. Ishungwa, when he was in Al Jazeera, he said only 5% has been covered. And I don't think even it's 5% because some of the things are being shoveled into our throat because they have special interest there. Sure, they have special interest in it. Building affordable. That was not, there are priorities too.
Definitely, I hear you. I mean, yeah, the list can go on and on, isn't it, Wanjohi? It absolutely can. I mean, just hearing what it is that, enough is enough. I'm just going to take some more calls this morning, but I want to thank you for sharing your sentiment with us this morning. Thank you so much, Wanjohi. Asante Sana, means a lot to hear that. Let's also hear from Himat this morning. Good morning, Himat.
Good morning. Kenya has got independence when Singapore got its independence. And you can see where Singapore is and where we are. Our issue is only one, corruption. That's it, only corruption. If corruption is taken care of, I think we'll be far, far ahead of so many other countries. So this is my take. Corruption should stop, and those people who are being caught and so on, nothing has been done to them. They're not taken to the court, no actions are taken, and the issue is just forgotten and so on. So if corruption stops in this country, oh my God, we'll go miles and miles. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sentiments, Himat. I mean, very clear in terms of what you think. Let's take a last call for this hour from Mark in Kisumu. Mark, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, Mark?
Yes, I'm calling from Kisumu.
Okay. I can't hear you very well. Maybe you need to move a little bit, Mark, so we can get you clearly. Okay, unfortunately, we can't get Mark on a clearer line. But it's interesting, guys, isn't it, that the sentiment across board is the same. Can so many people be sensational, or can so many people be wrong?
No, they cannot. But you see, this is where now the discussion about leadership comes in. Because at times the best we can do is vent. Talk about our suffering, our pain. Talk about what we see as going wrong. Talk about what we'd like to see. But then leadership comes in to fill in the gap. And leadership is not about promises. No. A promise should be a map telling you where it is that you're going. But the journey must start and one must see the walking. Now, it's not that one doesn't see the walking. One has difficulties imagining when it will come to an end. You know why?
Yeah.
When we have a history of very many things that were supposed to have been done or continued with, which haven't, and yet we begin by starting new things, then the trajectory is going to be, we are a nation where we have very many unfinished projects.
Yes.
And the biggest unfinished project is ourselves. Because we need to sort ourselves out so that our minds are clear about what we want and how we can get it. Now, the men and women who came up with this new constitution did us the biggest favor anybody can do for you for the next 100 years.
Indeed.
They gave you the tool with which you can actually make sure that your life is what it ought to be.
Yes, and as we talk about this conversation and the problems that do exist, the solution lies with us. The decisions we make will definitely come to affect us later. And even here if we just read what Kenyans are saying on YouTube, Kenyans are tired. They don't like suffering. They feel powerless under the regime. That is Beethoven. Leo, the political class rest easy knowing tribe and bribe will always come section of society to put them in power and ensure they stay in power to slay the dragon. A massive civic education is needed. Pretty much what Kenyans are saying. The swamp has to be drained.
It has to be drained. And this is the things we're talking about. In order for us to get the solution, that's where we need to be going. We'll continue with more of these conversations as we get through them. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The People's Liberation Movement Party leader Martha Karua has said that Raila Odinga has betrayed the opposition as the former Prime Minister seeks to formalize his political partnership with President William Ruto. Speaking in an interview with KTN, Karua, however, said that the opposition would welcome Raila should he change his mind.
I think nobody can stop him or any other Kenyan from coming to the opposition side. Whether he would become to be nominated the flag bearer is a different issue altogether, because there are issues there to address broken trust or feelings of betrayal. But if he came to give the opposition the numbers they need, I think he would be appreciated just like everybody else.
But he will not be on the ballot.
I think it's a decision for Kenyans, but I doubt that he would be coming to be on the ballot.
Karua further said that the political party's Amendment Bill 2024, currently before the Senate, which seeks to allow the president to poach members of the opposition parties, would kill the spirit of multi-party democracy if passed.
It kills discipline completely. And William Ruto is trying to legitimize the illegalities that he has used to prop up his government. If you remember, when he was sworn in, the majority party was Azimio, and the courts have confirmed it, but without entering into a post-election coalition agreement, because he wouldn't have been able to do so without giving the party that he's wooing more than 90 days to exit Azimio.
This even comes as Raila has called on the government to address challenges facing the nation as he met supporters from Kisii and Nyamira counties on Thursday.
There are concerns about many things that are affecting the Kenyan people. They've talked about this health care system, this SHA, which is having serious challenges as things stand today. They've also talked about inadequate funding coming to the counties, which is again a national issue. But the MCAs here have talked about reduction in allocation of funding to county assemblies, which is across board.
Raila, who's held meetings in Nairobi, Nyanza, Western, Northeastern and the Coast, is expected to meet supporters in Narok before meeting President Ruto here in Nairobi. Another memorial service for former IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati is scheduled to take place today in Sabata, Trans Nzoia County, ahead of his burial tomorrow. County Commissioner Gideon Oyagi has assured members of the public who will attend the event of adequate security.
Kuhakikishia wale ambao wamejitayarisha kuja kwa hayo masisi ya kwamba kuna usalama wa kutosha. Hatutakubalia mavazi ya vyama vyovyote siku hiyo. Iwe ni t-shirt, iwe ni kofia, any party regalia, anybody wearing a party regalia will not be allowed. Tumesema hivyo kwa sababu huu sio mkutano wa kisiasa, na tunataka kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi wote wamekuja kwa hii sherehe wakikumbuka isio mkutano wa kisiasa.
Police in Kisii County say 4 suspected thugs, including a woman, were shot and killed in a botched robbery incident in Sombogo area on Thursday. At least 2 other suspects fled during a dramatic chase from the scene. Police recovered 2 firearms, an axe and a knife from the suspects who had attempted to rob a bakery owner of cash in the 1 a.m. incident. The officers argued that they opened fire because the suspects were ready to kill, noting that they were armed and had shot at them. US-Ukraine talks will be held in Saudi Arabia next week. President Volodymyr Zelensky has said, expressing hopes that it will be a meaningful meeting. The Ukrainian leader, who will be in the Gulf Kingdom but not take part in the talks, said Kyiv was working to reach a fast and lasting peace. US President Donald Trump's special envoy said the American team wanted to discuss a framework for peace to try to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Last Friday, Zelensky and Trump were involved in a public clash at the White House, during which Trump said Zelensky was not ready to end the fighting. The US proceeded to pause military aid to Ukraine and stop sharing intelligence. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Not too busy a morning with traffic this Friday, and into the city is not going to be hard at all. Leaving the city will not find any traffic. Most of it that was on the Thika Superhighway this morning reduced significantly. And I think we're finding our way through from Langata Road now without any issues. A little bit of that goes towards Raila Odinga Way, and a little bit of traffic then on Uhuru Highway as you get into the city. But no cigar, it's fine, at least for now. Let's see what happens when we come out of traffic hour in terms of the TikTok of the clock, and we'll talk through it on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. It's the final hour of the final show for this week. And as we have been having conversations that matter, it's necessary for us to continue putting our voices towards these conversations where we share information and education on certain things. And important for us to also keep those conversations front and center. And that's what we do right here every day on the Situation Room on Kenya's biggest conversation. We're getting into a Healthy Friday conversation for this morning, and we'll be talking about one that many have discussed. Many want to speak out about it, but sometimes, unfortunately, don't. And far be it from us to not bring out some of these issues, and we'll be talking about that just in a little while. So, CT, for the final time this week, you got to remind us what to do when we want a mortgage, who to go to, how to go about it. Go.
Well, if you want a mortgage, you have many choices. Mm-hmm. But the choice I'm going to speak of is one that Diamond Trust Bank is offering. And the points that you need to consider are very simple. One, that the mortgage is available to anyone who is employed, self-employed, or in the diaspora. One. Two, that the mortgage can go up to 105% of what it is that you require. But that is if you are employed. If you're in the diaspora, you can get up to 80%. Three, the interest rate charge is a single digit, 9% for 10 years, 9.75. Yes, 9.75 is still single digit. There's just like a small percentage added
on top. Single digit plus something. Okay.
Yes. 4, there are no hidden charges and there are no penalties if you pay in advance of the schedule. Now, the only way you can actually get to understand the details that I speak of in point form is if you either visit any Diamond Trust Bank, which means you have to get up and go there, or you let your fingers do the walking and you email mortgages@dtbafrica.com. Really fairly simple and straightforward. Mm-hmm. Then you'll be able to match your needs, the ability you have financially with what it is that you want and what it is that is possible.
It's fantastic. You do the walking, or let your fingers do the walking. Get into that mortgage with Diamond Trust Bank. Okay, so the conversation that we have for Healthy Friday this morning, going to help us out with that conversation on erectile dysfunction is oncologist Professor Peter Mungai, and he joins us in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. I'm not an oncologist. I am a urologist. Yeah. I'm a plumber. You know, plumbers, the ones that join.
Fix the internal workings of things.
Well, every pipe we join.
Allow me to adjust myself. Let me adjust myself.
Correct. Yeah,
in this seat properly.
Surgical plumbers.
Oh.
Did you say there's no pipe you cannot fix?
No.
Okay.
He has the tools for fixing pipes.
You have pipe ranges.
This is bound to be very interesting. Okay, buckle up because it's going to be a fun ride. Clearly, I have said you're in the hot seat of the Situation Room and already getting into a hot topic this morning. Urologist Professor Peter Mungai is here with us this morning. And even as we get into it, before we start, let CT welcome you with today's proverb. CT has a proverb.
Let's listen to his proverb.
Fantastic. The one for today is quite apt. But, let him share that and then you can interpret it for us. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay.
No
When ants unite their mouth, they can carry an elephant.
Ooh, wow. That's a good one. Where is it from?
Yes, this particular proverb is from the Republic of Burkina Faso.
Ooh.
The land of honest people.
The land of a young leader. Yes, we've seen that. It's an interesting one. It just says if you join forces, you will always win. If you have a herd of buffaloes and they're attacked by one lion, the lion is of no value to itself. So you can lift anything. And that is Kenya's Harambee.
Yes. You have interpreted and given it context very well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. I mean, it's great to hear that. It's good that we all come together, we do something, isn't it? All right. Erectile dysfunction. It's in the heads of many. And sadly, because of it not being just a medical issue, it's a societal issue. It's a psychological issue. Many things happening at the same time. But let's just start off with definitions, as we often like to do in medical conversations. What is erectile dysfunction?
Erectile dysfunction, people should know, is the inability to have an erection sufficient for penetration during sexual intercourse.
Okay.
Not only must there be an erection, it must be sufficient for penetration. When that happens, the society will not grow. That's the end of that society, whether it is of animals or human beings. Without an erection, there are no human beings. Well, you can correct me on that because we've advanced technology, but you need an erection to have a race of all human beings. That is the most useful part of a man. It is the one that makes a man feel that he is a man. It is also the part that makes the woman feel he has a man.
Ah, okay.
So without that, the man becomes what many men are told after a certain age, bure kabisa. So when you reach being bure kabisa, it means you cannot provide, you cannot do anything. So all societies came from an erection, and when it fails, the man is devastated. All these talks about who I am, how powerful I am, mostly stem from that. And in my younger days, when I used to go to bars, when I found a man who boasted about how good he was at sexual function, I would give him my card because it meant he was the opposite.
Oh, okay. So this is where that whole thing comes in, that it is not just a medical issue, but it's a social issue as well.
Big social issue. And the reason why it's a big social issue, it is inborn in the man that he should be able to engage the female in the sexual act for the race to survive. So if your race can survive, your thinking is that you are finished. And nothing can happen if you are finished. So erectile dysfunction has been there with us for some time, from the times of Adam to today.
Okay.
It is not new.
Prof, how do you know that it's dysfunction and not a matter of mind? How do you know that it's gotten to the point where it is now dysfunction, physiological dysfunction, and not mind over matter?
Let me say that even that of the mind is still a dysfunction.
Okay.
Because if your mind can't get you to get an erection as a man, physiologically you didn't get an erection. But there are erectile dysfunctions that happen because your body has changed. The one predictable change that will happen is a man reaching the age of 40. I don't know why they said life starts at 40.
In this case, maybe not.
Life starts ending at 40 because 10% of men about the age of 40 cannot achieve an erection sufficient for penetration.
10%?
10%, 1 in 10.
That's a large number, isn't it?
It's a very big number, and in this country, because of what we do, because of many things we do wrong, we even see 30-year-olds whose erectile function is not sufficient for what they want to do with erection.
Doc, you talk in terms of the things that we do. You're starting to see 30-year-olds suffering from erectile dysfunction. What are these bad things that we do? One would beg to ask.
One of the things...
A 30-year-old has spoken.
Concerned, I'd say.
Yes. An erection is a very complicated process. An erection will happen because blood is flowing into the penis faster than it gets out. So that physiological process involves the brain. And the brain, there is the part of the brain that must be the cerebrum, the one that thinks hard. Then it goes to the part of the brain that coordinates things. Then it goes to the spinal cord. Then it goes to the penis. Now, things can go wrong from that. And a 30-year-old who is having a binge, and we say alcohol increases the desire but takes away the performance. So when you have a binge, you will have the desire to be with everybody, but you will be with nobody.
Okay, so look at the things that cause dysfunction, because now we're talking about medical issues now.
Sure.
What are some of the problems that we could actually face with some of these?
We said age is one of them. We said 10% at the age of 40, 30% at the age of 50, 60% at the age of 60, nearly 80% at the age of 70, and at the age of 80, you probably don't dream about it. Age is one. Two, diseases.
Okay.
Diseases like diabetes will give you erectile dysfunction after having had diabetes for more than 10 years. You will have diseases like high blood pressure. Having high blood pressure will cause erectile dysfunction either because of the drugs or the high blood pressure itself affecting the blood vessels that deliver blood to the penis. You also have people who have what we call hyperlipidemias. Hyperlipidemias are diseases where there is increased cholesterol in the blood, and that increase in cholesterol damages blood vessels. But to get an erection, you also need nerves, and the nerves can be damaged. Simplest of them is if you're injured in the spinal cord, then you will not be able to achieve an erection. If you are injured in the area of the pelvis, that might affect the erection. You also have nerve diseases, various nerve diseases that will affect the nerves going to the penis will cause this. You can also have trauma and one of the causes of such trauma in Kenya is the road traffic accidents. The RTAs that happen on Friday night because people are you think you have an erection, but you won't reach where you're going because you get a fracture of the pelvis, you get a fracture of the spinal cord, and this is very common. Or the bike people, the border guy, he runs with his border without looking left or right, or he rams into somebody else and he gets injured in the spinal cord or the penis itself. And so many diseases will cause this. And then there is the one disease you started with, the quarrels at home, the being told how useless you are. You actually become useless. The psychological trauma, the loss of your mortgage. You talked about DTB giving you a mortgage. If your mortgage is lost and you can't now provide a home for your family, again, you won't get an erection. But if you get a fat check, then you could have a different situation.
But Professor, everything is related to an election, surely.
and an election as well in Kenya.
Yeah. That's why I went to LR on it, yes.
Yeah.
Because in all honesty, it's like something happens to your life, and for some reason you are not in the right frame of mind. It affects an erection.
It does, and the best way to know about that, if you're in a room and you're having a relationship with your partner and somebody fires a gun, the penis goes limp. So anything that scares you, anything that worries you, when you receive a phone call that somebody has died, the erection goes. So this is more than just nerves. It's more than just veins and blood vessels. It is something that is innate in you as a human being. It tells us you are functioning very well. When you're able to have an erection, you're functioning extremely well. As you function less and less better, you lose your erection.
Now, Doc, one would say the brain needs to work hard for hard things to happen, right?
Sure.
And as we talk about that, one would beg to the lifestyle that we have. You've talked about drinking, but there is also the other aspect of good nutrition. Talk about healthy foods to eat that would help. Do we have that also play a role?
It is the biggest part that you can change yourself without going to see me in the hospital. If you're going to eat a lot of sugars, you'll either get diabetes or clog your blood vessels. And it was sweet at 18, but at 32 you have no erection. So that's the first thing you need to think about. And then if you're lazy, at 18 you're just lying down in bed and waiting for mama to come and give you food. By the time you're 32, your blood vessels, your nerves in the pelvis will have given up on you, so you won't be able to get an erection. If you are going to smoke, this one we must say, if you're going to be a smoker, that's the best way to damage your blood vessels. I'm happy that people are not smoking as much, but if you go to places, even in Nairobi, if you go to the twilight places, you might see people smoking shisha. If you smoke shisha and you have a girlfriend, give her up. You
let her go.
Let her go.
But what then do I eat or drink to help?
There are a lot of things. First of all, when you wake up in the morning, exercise a little bit.
Okay.
Go and run around. That improves your blood flow. Then at the same time, during the day, avoid too much of starches, too much of sugars, too much of sweet things. Sweet things tend to charge you for what they give you. So those sweet things have a price, and you will pay for that price. Going to these places with fast foods, eating fast foods is one sure we're asking for an erection to disappear, because your blood vessels will
disappear fast.
And disappear very fast. So eat good food, eat a balanced diet, eat vitamins, and you will have your erection at 90.
Already there's a flurry of questions that are coming in, and I'm going to be looking at them kind of fixing, because you are a urologist.
Yes.
But very quickly, can you tell us what a urologist does before we come back to some of these questions that are being asked already?
Sure. A urologist, I said lightly, as a plumber. A urologist is somebody who deals with the male urinary tract and the female urinary tract as well. So we start from the kidneys, go to the bladder, passing through the ureters, go to the penis and outside. So that's the part that a urologist deals with. A urologist is a surgeon. It is a discipline of surgery that deals with the flow of urine and the flow of everything else that goes through the male urinary tract.
Okay, so if we look at what happens with women, if you don't ovulate, it's difficult for you to get, almost impossible for you to get pregnant.
Yes.
So are we saying that it's the same thing with men? If you do not have an erection, can you not then impregnate a woman?
There is no other possibility.
Okay.
This was God at his best. Mm-hmm. If you don't have an erection, how do you get those sperms out of the testes? Remember, most people don't even realize the sperms are going to be in the testes. They'll go back into the pelvis, because to make sperms, you need the testes to hang around outside the body. Mm-hmm. And then the sperms will enter the pelvis, enter the urethra, and then come out. So if they don't come out, if they remain inside you, they have no value to the rest of the world, maybe even to yourself.
Okay. You talked about 1 in every 10 men over the age of 40 suffering from erectile dysfunction today.
Yes.
Are those 1 in every 10 men coming to seek medical care?
No. And a lot of times, men are sometimes more cowards, and a lot of times you find if you want to ignite a fire, ask women to do it, because they tend to be more brave than men. Men are scared of being seen to be weak. And so sometimes you find the man comes to your office and tells you, I have pain in the leg, I have pain in the nose, I have pain in the tummy. And then
instead of hitting the nail on the head,
if he sees with his wife, he might say, she's the one who's been harassing me, and he doesn't say what she's been harassing him about. And sometimes he'll turn around and say, what did you say I should tell the doctor when I go to see the doctor?
So this is interesting. So when they do present themselves to seek care, they don't come with this. They don't come with the actual problem that's bothering them.
A lot of times they won't tell you that's what the problem is.
Then how do you know?
Then you look at this man, and the things he's complaining about are very small and probably not real. And then when you realize that, then you know how to go approach it and ask it, and how is your erectile function? And then they say, oh, that is why I came.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's very scary for most men, and as the younger they are, the worse it is. And then we have this society also, perhaps out of what we see in the movies, what we see on television, people think of sex as a sport. And so you see women who also demand more erection than is possible out of a man. And so when the man is not able to have that, then he's massacred by whoever, psychologically that is. And so you find the young man who comes to you and he says that I can't have an erection. And he's 22, and you're asking, so what happens to you? You can't. He says, yes, my girlfriend says I'm not good enough. That's psychological erectile dysfunction, and people can end up not being able to have an erection because of the being told that you're not good enough.
Indeed. And this is why we're dealing with a twin problem here, that it's medical, physiological, at the same time it's a social psychological issue, because then it hinges directly on how you feel as an individual, but then also the individual that is connected with you in a relational manner also is affected, whether you want to, however you want to look at it, whether it's a fly by the seat of your pants partner or somebody who's with you for the longest time as a man. Now, just as with women and the many things that you look on your social media or you hear from a friend and you say, well, I'm going to go ahead and try that, is the same thing that we see happening. I mean, just from reading, just looking at research and seeing what men have done or tried to do to deal with erectile dysfunction, short of going to the doctor's office and opening your mouth and saying this is the problem, we've seen a lot of sexual enhancement drugs come out into the market, one of them being the little blue pill. Is that recommended? And is it an answer, a solution to ED?
First of all, you need to know whether you have ED to start with. Maybe it's a fear you have. Maybe you have the wrong thing on the internet. In my days in UK, there was a man who, the internet was just new then, about 1995. There was a man who saw what you could do to enhance the size of your penis and the erection that you got. And the suggestion was that you can buy silicone from the hardware, squash it through the urethra, and you'd have an erection. So he did exactly that. A young man went and picked silicone and squashed it through the urethra into the bladder. Of course, it looked like an erection. It wasn't an erection. It was silicone solidifying and now making his penis look big. And it was a big surgical challenge to remove it. So the internet is a good source of information, but you've got to be worried about what kind of information that you get. Remember, it's a medical problem. Don't treat yourself, even if you are a doctor. Go ask somebody what the problem is, be evaluated and treated. And why do we want to say this? There are serious issues. A lot of people with diabetes are first diagnosed because they can't get an erection. So the first thing that tells you have a problem, that you have diabetes, is the lack of an erection. Blood pressure, the same thing. And the worst thing of all of this is we talked about blood vessels. And men who get erection problems also have a high propensity to get heart attacks. So if you have a problem with getting an erection, you must be evaluated. 60% of men who have had heart attacks have had erectile dysfunction. So when you don't have an erection, it could tell you that next week you could have a heart attack because the penis blood vessels are much smaller than those of the heart. So the first ones to be affected are those of the penis. So when the next line is those of the brain and those of the penis. So you need to be checked then, and there are interventions that could be done to prevent you from going through those vascular problems. If you have nerve problems, we may be able to do this. Even during the days of COVID, sometimes people realize they had COVID because they had an erectile dysfunction. So don't just go to the pharmacist, and this country is notorious for that, and ask for an erection-enhancing drug. And the pharmacist want to make a sale, and he gives you a drug. And that is not the way. You need to be checked and evaluated. As urologists, we are able to evaluate people who have erectile dysfunction. And even if you don't go to a urologist, you can go to any doctor. We've trained our undergraduates and even postgraduates ways of being able to identify erectile dysfunction and to know what to do. There are blood tests to be done, there are ultrasound scans to be done, and this is what you need to have done before you do the pill. So that you may take the pill and it doesn't work. So what do you do? You thought you couldn't get an erection, and maybe it was your bank that made you not have an erection. So how then do you...
Or should you take the pill and give it to the bank?
Yes.
Prof, in your experience, because you are a teacher and you are a practicing surgeon, do you witness an increase in the number of men who come to you with erectile dysfunction issues?
Indeed. And I think, Doc, just to ride on what City is asking, because you're talking about 10%, and I've just gone briefly to just check on the numbers, and you're talking about almost 3 million men potentially having this. So are we seeing the numbers increase?
The numbers are increasing. In 1995, like I said, I was in UK. That is when I think it was August, when Pfizer announced the development of sildenafil, which we've always called Viagra. In 1 month, they had sold $1 billion. Because people had for the first time an answer they could take without having to struggle. Now, the number of people with erectile dysfunction is staggering. There are those who say, and that's the smallest number. There are those who don't say. There are those who go to the pharmacy. The number is increasing for a number of reasons. One is lifestyle. One is challenges of life. The other one is diseases like all majority of men with prostate cancer, treatments for many cancers will take away your erectile function. The drugs we use, the radiotherapy that we give, the chemotherapy that we give will take away your erectile function. And then we have the trauma we've talked about, and all these things that happen to people in everyday life affect the erectile function. Because I've been in this country for a while, there are people who would like to say they're not affected. The way I see it, there is no man who is not going to be affected. So all the 25 million Kenyans will one day be affected.
Oh my goodness, how's that for a bit of a red light danger call at this moment? Well, let's come back and look at maybe open that up just a little bit more, and then also start to look at treating the dysfunction. If there's treatment for it available, cure to the dysfunction. Professor Peter Mungai is a urologist, and he's here for a Healthy Friday conversation on erectile dysfunction. Uncomfortable as it may be, clearly from the numbers, not something that we can avoid in terms of talking about. We continue when we come back from this break. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 24 minutes to 10 o'clock. Our Healthy Friday conversation this morning with Professor Peter Mungai is on erectile dysfunction. And just from the comments that we have, it is clear that it is something that people think about. It is something that is affecting a lot of people, whether it is men and women that dealing and in relationships with men, or whether it's folks who have then been, survivors of certain conditions or issues. One of the questions is, you can be doing exercise, yet you still have erectile dysfunction. Where is that? So I'll just go through a number of them, and then we can pick on them. Chris says, well, erectile dysfunction used to affect the old mostly. These days it's prevalent even youngers in their 20s to 30s due to some funny dietary preferences. The youth prefer fast food so that they can go for the drugs. And so we'll talk about some of those drugs as well. Talk about obesity being a cause of this, Tusiogope Kusema. And of course, a question from Agola, why are the numbers increasing? And of course, the Viagra question comes in again, in terms of there are a lot of folks who will just go and buy it and pop the pill without actually asking what is going on. Hoping that we are taking notes here. A friend as a pharmacist says that young men are the biggest consumers of Viagra. It's akin to what young women do. We saw that study that over the weekend, between Friday and Monday morning, the highest number of the morning after pill, for example, is consumed by girls between the ages of, young women between the ages of 17 and 30. Highest. Closely followed then by young men who are going into the pharmacy to buy Viagra. These are worrying numbers. But then all of this can be pointed back to erectile dysfunction. Now, looking at some of these questions that are being asked here, Prof, Why do we see just the high numbers? Can it be pointed to some of the factors that you mentioned?
Indeed, and our society needs to address ourselves to this. First of all, the expectation that a man should be rich, should be physically big, and should be very good in bed, are expectations that very few men meet. You may have one of them, but having all the three could be a challenge. And so the society expectations, or the expectations of, because it's taken as a sport, it's a pleasure. That's not what it was in the past. So a lot of the people who have erectile dysfunction may only need to be counseled that is not erectile dysfunction. There is also what people call erectile dysfunction. Sexual dysfunction and erectile dysfunctions are not the same thing.
Oh, do tell.
You have erectile dysfunction, which is inability to raise an erection that is sufficient for penetration.
Okay.
But there are other sexual disorders. People come to us with premature ejaculation, for instance. It takes 30 seconds, or even seeing a woman, for the person to ejaculate. That is not an erectile dysfunction.
Okay.
That is an ejaculatory disorder, and then we can deal with that. There are those who also cannot ejaculate, and they think it's erectile dysfunction. So those need to be seen differently. And so sexual dysfunction and erectile dysfunction are not the same thing. And therefore, if you use medicine, and if you go and take Viagra, and your challenge is premature ejaculation, you don't make it better. Whatever number of pills that you're going to have, they will not change the premature ejaculation.
Okay.
If the problem is lack of ejaculation, even if you take 300 milligrams of Viagra, you'll end up dead, but no erection.
Doc, let me ask, acha niulize ni talk.
Please.
So, Doc, there is talk in town in terms of how long it takes, because you find a majority of the young men who pretty much go into buying the blue pill is because their significant other is demanding for an hour plus for them to, hence the reason why they want to go for the blue pill. At that point, as a urologist, what's your advice to them?
It's basically just cancelling those people. If somebody is asking you for sex for 30 minutes, you even if you are the biggest animal on earth, even if you're an elephant, that is not humanly possible. So the expectations that are beyond, but then you might well use a stick around the penis for normal erection. And that's a big challenge, particularly our universities. We see the young people at the universities thinking that you can have that. We just saw a girl the other day, the daughter of a prominent person. She was sleeping with 5 men in 1 hour. Now, what are you expected to achieve? Sex is supposed to be something disciplined. Sex is useful only when it is used in the right context. Not when it is used to show your prowess, not when it is used to show you are stronger than other men. That's not what the society expects of you. And so many of these people don't have erectile dysfunction, especially the 17-year-olds who come to me and ask them, so what do you do with your erection? You haven't reached the marriage age yet, so why do you want to get a better erection? And then even parents become challenging. I see parents coming to me and telling me that a 5-year-old is not a
5-year-old?
Yes.
Okay.
How do they determine it's not erect?
No, because a lot of boys have an early morning erection. You see it. So that if you don't see it, you imagine that they don't erect.
Right.
And so don't give children
some pressure. Oh my God. So on that note then, because when we talk about regulation, usually regulation will do one of two things. It'll make sure that people use things in the right way. And the other thing that it will do is that when you go there, if there are regulatory processes in place, then it will push people to come to the likes of yourself to find out what the problem is. So I can deny the sale of this drug so that you will then be forced to go see a doctor instead of self-prescribe or self-diagnose, or it'll make sure that you're using this in the right way. Where are we looking at regulation here? for Viagra, for example, or over-the-counter medication?
That's an important conversation. I'm looking at the pharmacists to start with, and the people they employ. They'll probably sell you morphine if you like.
If you had enough.
if you can pay for it. And that is why the government has put strict regulations on how you purchase morphine. The same thing that happens to anti-cancer drugs. Are you going to go and purchase anti-cancer drugs over the counter? The drugs used for erectile dysfunction are not OTC drugs. They are not over-the-counter drugs.
They're prescription.
They're prescription drugs. And if you give these young people prescription drugs without knowing why they are coming to you, because we have financial issues.
Right.
As a Kenyan, you don't want to go and pay a consultation and buy drugs. So you'd like the shortcut of making your diagnosis and go. Now, you make your diagnosis, and your challenge at the age of 22 is that you have leukemia. Because of leukemia, your blood vessels are blocked, and so either you don't get an erection or you get too big an erection. Now, you continue taking your Viagra or the other ones. We don't even use Viagra as much these days, while your disease process is eating you up. Somebody should have known you have leukemia early enough and taken you through the right treatment. Somebody should have known you have diabetes. Somebody should have known you have prostate cancer at the age of 39. It happens in this country. So if you get the prostate cancer, it's not treated, it's going to kill you before the girlfriend gets pregnant. So get somebody to see you and look at you and decide what's the best treatment.
Okay. So the doomsday philosophy is what hits a lot of people when you think that something might be wrong with the pipes, right?
Yes.
And then going to see a doctor essentially would elongate that process, whereby you think, well, he's just going to tell me that things are, are bad and there's nothing we can do about it. Can you demystify that or debunk that? Yeah. Is there something that can actually be done about the dysfunction? Can it be treated? And can people come back to regular function?
Once we have made your diagnosis, we can almost treat everyone who needs treatment for erectile dysfunction. We have psychological treatments. We talked about the sex therapists, who may not necessarily be urologists, psychologists. Some psychologists and psychiatrists are very good at this. Then you have the treatment of the underlying condition. Forget about treating the erectile dysfunction. If you have diabetes, correct the blood sugar levels. If you have high blood pressure, treat the blood pressure. All those conditions must be treated first before you take the pill. Then if you do need the pill, then we will give you the pill, and that will correct you. If the pill can't correct you, because this is the answer the pharmacist is not going to do, we have surgical approaches. We can operate on the penis and give you an erection, or we can give you gadgets that will maintain your erection. So it just doesn't go to you swallowing a pill and getting a fast heart rate and not getting the erection, which sometimes happens to a lot of people. You have a very fast heart rate, you don't have a good erection, and so your girlfriend is scared you're going to die.
So, Doc, we talk about, especially around the young men, we have now the blue pill, but there is also the other aspect of masturbation and watching pornography. Do these in the long run affect erectile dysfunction? Is it one of the causes that people should look at?
Masturbation is a little bit different because there was one time we were in the US and as urologists, and there was one urologist who dealt with erectile dysfunction a lot of times and masturbation, and he stood in a podium and there were about 5,000 of us, and he said, whoever has ever masturbated, please raise your hands. And a good proportion raised their hands, close to 90%. And then he said, the rest of you are liars. So masturbation is not necessarily a very bad thing, particularly in places like military practice, where sexual function is limited. Limited and takes a backseat. But it is not good to have it as the only way the only thing you do from morning till evening. So that stops you from being a normal human being, and it affects your productivity and therefore your ability to get an erection in future. But however, masturbation does, if anything, masturbation can probably lead you to having premature ejaculation, which we said is different from a lack of an erection.
Yes. Okay.
So the watch of pornography destroys your mind completely because you get hooked to things. Remember, the sexual act is 90% in the head. The sexual organs are only involved in 5 to 10% of the act. The rest of it takes place in your head. So if your head is lost in the sea of thoughts, then you can't even see the person who is supposed to make you have an erection. Because some of it is visual, some of it is eyes, some of it is touching. If all those is removed by what you're doing every day,
screen time,
then you don't have an erection. Not because your body doesn't have the ability to have an erection, but you've damaged all your sensation for it.
Right.
So people should be careful with it. That's why even the church and the mosques talk about you being careful about this. I'm not going to go into the moral issues of it. I'm going into how it affects your physiology.
Okay. So we're talking about therapy. Yes. And whether that therapy is physical or psychological, that there are ways in which this can be overcome. Can we look at some more of those therapies and see, so that we can have an understanding to say that, I mean, nobody's going to come in and cut anything off, but there are things that you can do to ensure that you can get over this. But before you do that, the issue of weather has come in, and the question of, do weather patterns, heat, not heat, affects, how, things would function?
People have looked at this. We were at one time in Egypt. We were looking at the weather, and we thought the one thing that makes Egyptians have ED more than us is their smoking. I don't know whether you've been to Egypt.
Yes. There's this there's a permanent cloud over.
Yes. So the weather is not the big issue. It is what you do with the weather.
Okay.
So if you're in temperate climates or you're in hot climates, our northeastern citizens of this country are not any different from those who come from the mountainous regions of high altitude. So the weather is not a problem. But you talked about the treatment, and treatment is possible. Treatment is something we do. Some people have hormone issues. The reason why you are not getting an erection is you don't have testosterone. So if testosterone in your circulation is not sufficient, then even if you take Viagra, 200 milligrams, 300, it's not going to work.
Yep.
The first thing we need to do is to correct your hormone levels. If you have too much estrogens, and some men can have diseases, you can have cancers, you can have other things that produce a lot of estrogen in you, then you lose your erection. And then the one thing that I must not forget while I'm on this station, because I've done this for years and still doesn't happen. Our boys at the age of 14, 12 to the age of 20 are losing their testes.
Sorry?
They lose their testes because they get testicular pain and they get testicular torsion. Testicular torsion is a condition in which a young man's testis twists and dies. And this is a condition that people are not able to... 95%, we just had our conference in Eldoret last week, 95% of the boys presenting with testicular torsion lose their testes. Even when they present themselves to hospital, because the people in the hospital don't realize it fast enough, because you have only 6 hours. Now, a lot of times you lose one testis, and then you lose the other one, because you do the same thing you did the last time.
I'm sorry, Prof.
Yes.
How is this happening? What's happening between the boys of 14 and 20? What's happening that this would occur?
At that time, there are many boys whose testes will usually twist around its axis, and it strangulates itself. And people get pain, and they're not taken to the hospital. And particularly in high schools, and I'm saying we must address our principals of high schools. They tell the boy, you go home on Saturday. By the time he comes on Saturday, the testis is lost. Or they go to a doctor who doesn't examine and gives a painkiller, and the testis is lost. This is a big reason why a lot of our people, they can still get an erection, but they will not get children if they lose their testes. And this is something we must address as a nation.
What causes it?
It's a lot of boys have abnormalities of the testes that will make the testes twist.
It's an abnormality you're born with.
You're born with, but it's very common. It's so common that every 3-4 days I see one.
But are they not checked? Because I remember, when you have a baby, the doctor, the pediatrician is in the thing.
But it happens during the everyday activity. You're walking around, the boys
riding a bicycle, playing football,
or even having a dream at night. And then the testicular pain comes, and he's told, you go to hospital tomorrow. No, that's not the time to go. You need to go to the hospital now. I've seen all sorts of people, from a lecturer with me at the University of Nairobi whose boy came 3 days later.
Okay, 3 days later, post what? What occurrence is this?
The testes are twisted.
I understand, but is it going to cause significant enough pain? And it's not just on a twitch.
It is so severe that if you're not, the boys are given a lot of painkillers. The pain-killing effect of the drug is such that in 24 hours the pain will be gone, but the testes will also.
The damage has been done.
Damage has been done. If we need a campaign by the urologists. That's what we said in Eldoret. We need a campaign by the urologists to tell school headmasters, the boy who is having pain in the testes has not had a sexual debut, which is what they tell them. Most of those kids haven't had that. What you need is to go to a doctor that night.
Okay.
Not the following morning.
Does the I've lost the word, but the prevalence of UTIs or the occurrence of UTIs in boys then later, and recurrent ones, does this then later affect erectile dysfunction? That's part one of the question. And now that you mentioned schools, I have to bring it up because I know that many a teacher, when they said, okay, well, if the girls want to go to the washroom, let them go because it can cause a UTI. Well, the same thing can be caused in a boy. And when a boy wants to go to the washroom to relieve himself, the teacher would normally say, no, you wait until. Should we not be encouraging more and more if they want? I mean, you can, of course, tell when there's any kind of, crazy behavior and people just want to go outside. But if they want to use the washroom, allow them to go with the frequency that they need to, because does this not cause problems later?
It does. And sometimes there may be an abnormality in the boy that has not been detected. First of all, if a boy gets a urinary tract infection, they must be evaluated. Because the urinary tract infection in boys don't just happen. There's an abnormality in the urinary tract, most probably surgical. If you don't deal with it, the boy will not only lose the bladder, the urethra, but the kidneys as well. You'll need this kid to have kidney transplant at the age of 20. That's wrong. And that is because why do you want to hold a child when they're peeing on themselves? When they're feeling they can't hold. And teachers are good people. They brought us up, they make us. But sometimes lack of knowledge does not allow them to understand that if you want to pass urine, please go. There's no reason to hold you. Even if it is exam time, please go.
Just go.
Yeah.
There's no reason to tell anybody to hold on to their urine.
Prof, there's something you mentioned regarding the discipline that you are a professor in.
Yes.
With reference to women.
Yes.
What exactly does a urologist do for women?
Oh, there are a lot of things, including sexual dysfunction for women. I didn't call it erectile dysfunction, but there is sexual dysfunction. There are women who can't have sex because it's painful. That needs to be dealt with. There are women who can't have sex because it is impossible. Yes, the genital tract could be affected, and this needs to be sorted out. But we also deal with the bladder. Urinary tract infections, by the way, it's interesting. Most people think the urinary tract infections are things to be treated by gynecologists. It's good because people didn't know about the urologists until we started our training program 10 years ago. There was no training program in this country, so we didn't have that. But a lot of women who have urinary tract infections get the wrong treatment because they need to be seen by a urologist. And sometimes what they call a urinary tract infection is not a urinary tract infection at all. So they get the wrong antibiotics, and we keep losing our antibiotics because of resistance, because people are taking antibiotics for the wrong thing. And then, believe you, people take antibiotics even for erectile dysfunction. Now, that's the wrong thing to do, and the pharmacist telling you this is a criminal. Should really have listened to you and sent you to somebody.
I have to ask the question, when we talk about women needing your services, do we see the same question asked about the men? Do we see an increase in the numbers of people who seek, and what sort of age bracket do we find the commonality in?
There are lots of times there is like leakage of urine. For women is a common thing that happens because they have given birth to children, and their pelvis is changed and the anatomy of the pelvis is changed. This leakage of urine is a common thing. Then there is something we call an overactive bladder. An overactive bladder is a bladder that does not allow you to reach down from here because you must look for a toilet.
Yeah.
You do what is called toilet mapping. I was just telling a lady that what you're doing is called toilet mapping.
You know what's available between here and...
you need to know which toilet is where. And that is because... And you imagine, most women coming to us tell us I have a UTI, and it's not a UTI at all. It's a muscle problem, and it can be telling you about other things. So as urologists, we deal with that. Of course, we deal with cancers. Bladder cancers are pretty common. In tract infection, we deal with kidney cancers. We're the ones who do that, and of course, we do kidney transplants for girls. There are a lot of things we do for women. My office is not just for men. We have a lot of men, but we also have women as well.
Look, I mean, it would be remiss of us not to have these conversations. They affect us, not just the politics of the day, but the health issues that affect us, the social issues that affect us. And that's why we do have Kenya's biggest conversation. We want to thank you for being part of that conversation with us, shedding light on some of these issues. And the hope is that those who have it will hear you, those who are affected by it will hear and actually start to do something about that. So we want to say thank you very much for being in the Situation Room this morning and closing out the show for the week for us and with us as well. Thank you for making it part of Kenya's biggest conversation, as you always do every day. As we get into the weekend, have a wonderful one. And let's talk again, God willing, Monday morning at 6 a.m.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. First Lady Rachel Ruto is expected in Migori County today, where she